I will open Tom's office for her. I will open it. But she knows what it is, right?
I wrote it down because somebody was.
Somebody will point it to.
Oh, thank you for putting this with light.
No.
You don't even know, I was panicked, because I said, he said, well, okay, well, this can do, I thought, how come I can't see that, I need light. But this is good, this is good. You guys are running all this?
We're helping. He's the mastermind behind it.
I'm sorry? I finished the PhD 2 years back. So yeah, I am the director of
I'm a graduate student
In what?
in political science.
But you know the technology.
I do many things. I wear many hats.
I can see it. I don't think he thought it through. I don't think he. I always look at my space. I check the venues and whatever. I always go and he walks in.
Right. No, and the thing is that we usually get the room that we had yesterday, but it was not available today, so we had to make it here. We're not so familiar with this space.
Where are you from?
Colombia.
Did you see that the State Department has a limit on Colombians in the U.S.?
Has a what?
They just put Colombia as one of the countries to be cautious about visiting. I don't know why.
Oh, I get those alerts.
Why? What part of Cali is it? Cali that's a problem, or is it?
Well, that's where I'm from. No, like that's like all the time, but it's not like serious.
Yeah. No, I've been to Cali.
You've been to Cali?
Yeah. I had a friend at Universidad de los Andes. And so, but that was when things were a little dangerous. And I remember we were going up the mountains, to get up to the Los Andes. And we were stopped at a stoplight, and all of a sudden the car in front of us, and they opened up all the doors at the stop. And I said, ¿qué es eso? ¿Será un narcotraficante o un because they were down
Right.
because the car stopped. So anyway,
No, like when you're not used to it, it looks terrifying.
well, the first time, yeah.
But it's really.
It was fun. I was fun. We did a project in Venezuela and in Colombia comparing. I forgot all the things. I looked at my passport.
When was that?
I can't remember. I was still at the University of Chicago. It was before '97. So it was probably in the
Okay, yeah. Then that was then. That was another time.
I know, and then the other time I went when things were getting better, they had improved the water people. They were building this great big highway, whatever. They ran out of money and they just left everything in the middle blocked. And I'm sure they had.
I figured I would have heard of it. But it's something. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Wow.
Actually, Margaret. Oh, he had left. He had left something that I was supposed to click, and now I don't see it.
Oh, I think it's okay. Oh,
Has he started?
where is it? Okay, it's probably a slideshow. That's my guess. Oh no, Zoom. He needs
Well,
to
no,
start
it's
Zoom.
about recording this for
Oh,
posterity.
okay.
It's not
So,
about the presentation.
let me look. Okay, here's pause, stop recording. Let's see, a pause.
I mean, it
Oh,
was,
it's recording. It's recording.
recording's on. Okay, my bad.
It's okay. She already started. He already started.
Presentation day. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I get your text.
I have to share the screen, correct? Share the screen?
Are we doing
Yeah, let me,
when he's
John, you want to?
speaking? You will introduce him.
Do you want to? Okay.
Okay, so we're already rolling, right? We're already recording.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for joining us for day 2 of the past and future of affirmative action. So we're going to go ahead and just get started with our first panel with Natasha and Richard Alba. Thank you so much for coming. We've been having great discussions here with everyone about thinking about our future of a multiracial United States and what it means. And of course, this particular session on affirmative action and a changing American society gets right into that topic. So today we have, starting with us, Richard Alba and Natasha Warikoo. And Richard, I think all of you know, and he just told us that he has a new publication actually coming out in a couple days. This guy is so prolific. Anyway, so anyways, he's a distinguished professor emeritus at the Graduate Center here, and he was elected vice president of the American Sociological Association and president of the Sociological Research Association. He's held a John Simon Guggenheim Memorial Foundation Fellowship, as well as a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and of the National Academy of Sciences. His most recent book, as you can see, is The Great Demographic Illusion. It's right there on the table. You can pull it up if you want. Okay. And of course, we have Natasha Warikoo, who is the Stern Professor in Social Sciences, Department of Sociology at Tufts University. She is a former Guggenheim Fellow, and she studies racial and ethnic inequality in education. And she has 2 books out this year, Race at the Top, Asian Americans and Whites in Pursuit of the American Dream in Suburban Schools, and it's Affirmative Action There, The Myth of Equity in College Admissions. So, let's start.
I'm first, right?
Whoever.
I guess I'm here. Sorry. Okay. Good. Thank you very much, Molly.
Sure.
Can we make that full screen?
Okay, it's getting
Yeah, okay.
there.
So anyway, the charge for our session is to think about how America has been changing. And the argument that I'm going to make is that the America today is really very different from the America of the 1960s and 1970s, when affirmative action was conceived and then validated by the Bakke decision of the US Supreme Court. And in a way, sort of try to make lemonade out of lemons, the fact that the Supreme Court is extremely likely to rule racial considerations out of bounds gives us, I think, a chance to rethink how we might want affirmative action to work, given the much greater knowledge that we have about differences among groups, and frankly, the much greater data that we have available to characterize family and community disadvantage than we had in the 1960s and 1970s. So let's see, I need down, is that right? Yeah, okay. I have to say that I looked at this slide this morning and I thought, why did I say it's really unlimited in this way? So I think I've been influenced by the discussion that we had yesterday, which I thought was really stimulating. And I will, in a sense, be responding in part to that discussion as I talk. Certainly, one way that we're different, which has been pointed out repeatedly, is that affirmative action was conceived in a black-white world, and this is not a black-white world because of the profound demographic change that was ignited by the 1965 changes in the immigration law and the very large-scale assimilation that has taken place since, which has made the United States, in ethno-racial terms, a much, much more diverse society than it was during the Johnson administration when affirmative action was founded. And I'm going to trace here some of what I see as the sequelae of those demographic changes. And I think another way that it's different, which Richard pointed out, is in terms of economic inequality, which I don't mention here. So the 1960s was a very unusual period in American history, as the economist Claudia Golden has emphasized, because we had relatively low economic inequality during the 1960s. And surely that was a part of the story of kind of white ethnic social ascent and assimilation into mainstream America. And today we are a far more unequal society, and a lot of the economic work, for example, by Raj Chetty, but not just by him, shows that economic mobility has been declining over time. And I think that's something important that we want to think about in any affirmative action scheme. And finally, I think that we just have so much more data available today than we had in the 1960s. And we can characterize in an instant differences among communities. And we know a lot more about how disadvantage is rooted, for example, in communities and not just in individual family circumstances. So I think we need to think about that. So let me just give you a very brief picture of kind of some key demography. And this actually comes out of the book. So this is a very simple division of the population between whites who are represented by the red bars and non-whites who are represented by the green portions of the bars, and the white interstitial spaces represent people who are mixed, who are partly white and partly not white. And a lot of what's going on has to do with changes in the white population. Whites are the dominant group, obviously, and so the changes taking place to them, I will argue, open up room for the mobility of others, and I'll demonstrate, in fact, that is occurring. So, so we know about the baby boom, and the sort of widest red bars, which are in the ages of the 60s there, and late 50s, are associated with the baby boom. The youngest baby boomer today is 60. And so the baby boomers are on their way. Many of them have left the workforce. They've left positions of authority. But the baby boom is on its way out. Over the next 15 years, it will more or less disappear from the workforce and from authority. And the white bars below the baby boom are not as wide. So that means there are not enough. The key demographic fact is that there are not enough qualified whites to replace the baby boomers, a very highly placed generation of whites. But the other thing that's happening is the growth of the mixed population. And as many of you know, that's something that I've paid a lot of attention to. And so if we look at children under 10, people who are children who grow up in a family where there's a white parent and a not white parent are about 10%. of all children in this population pyramid. And the birth certificate data show very clearly that this has been growing over time. There's no reason to think that it won't continue to grow. Every Sunday morning that I take a walk in Prospect Park, which is very near me in Brooklyn, I look, wow, because there are just so many mixed couples who are visible, who are enjoying their Sunday mornings in the park. So I sort of covered this, but I'll just say that one of the interesting sort of demographic aspects of today is this synchronization of baby boomer retirement from the workforce and cohorts entering the workforce that are far more diverse than the baby boom was, and do not have enough whites to replace the whites in the baby boom. So you would think that that should give rise to changes at the top of the workforce, and indeed it does. So, and I don't think that people have paid enough attention to this. So, look first at the top two lines of numbers. So this looks at the representation of non-whites by birth cohort in the what I'll call the upper reaches of the workforce, which is the top quartile. How do I define that? It's in terms of specific occupations and the earnings of those occupations. So basically, you rank occupations by their earnings, and you count down enough so that you've accounted for a quarter of the workforce. That's the top quartile. So in the older cohort in 2000, 86% of the people holding those top quartile occupations were unmixed, non-Hispanic whites. And over time, you can see that those numbers are declining, and sharply declining as we get to the more recent data and also the younger cohorts. So by the time we get to the 1985 to 93 cohort in the last part of the last decade, whites are down to 62% of the incumbents of those top jobs. So there's real change taking place. And of course, now it's concentrated among younger people in the workforce, but over time, those younger people become older, they fill out, they rise a bit within their positions, and they fill out the rest of the top quartile. So this shows us what the future is very likely to look like. And of course, we don't know what it will look like as newcomers enter in, but probably this trend of declining white dominance is going to continue. So who are the people who are filling out now the rest of the top quartile? Well, not so much African American. So, there are improvements. So you can see in the oldest group, they were 4.4%. In the youngest group, they're 6.9%. That's clearly an improvement, but it isn't as much of an improvement as we see among some other groups. And so unmixed Hispanics go from 2.5% to 9%. Asians go from 3.5% to 12.5%. I just want to note one difference between those two increases. Among Asians, it's both immigrant and US-born Asians. Among Latinos, it's mainly US-born Latinos, not immigrants. And I've also included the mixed groups. Now, they're still very small among adults, but you can see clearly their importance in the top quartile is rising, and undoubtedly will continue to rise, as their numbers grow, as currently young Americans rise to the ages of entering the workforce. Now, the fact that these changes are taking place doesn't mean that we're anywhere near equality. So I want to point out some other aspects of the data. So if we look at positioning within the top quartile, which means to what extent are you in the best paid occupations in this group or the worst paid occupations? both unmixed Black and unmixed Hispanics are sort of lower down within the quartile. Their concentration is in the lower paid occupations of this high group. The Asians are in the highest paid occupations of this group. And sort of whites are kind of in the middle. So when we look at the mixed groups, what's interesting is that all of these groups are closer to whites than they are to their respective minorities. So white Asians are in between Asians and whites in terms of their placement within the top quartile. Black whites are in between blacks and whites. Most interesting group is the white Hispanic group. This is, by the way, the largest of the mixed groups, by far. And they are, they're very close to whites. Now, if we look at so what's the probability of getting into the top quartile? So these are very crude, these are just population-based probabilities, the simplest kind of number you can think of. You have a population figure in the denominator, and then you have the number in the top quartile and in the numerator, and so that's the, the population-based probability. And you can see that whites don't have the highest probability, Asians do, and they're the only probability that's really changing very much, and it's increasing. In between whites and Asians come mixed Asians and whites. Very close to whites come mixed Hispanics and whites. And then at the very bottom, we have the unmixed minority group. So these, aside from Asians, and by the way, this little downturn to the left is probably mainly retirements. So really these probabilities are kind of stable. So it's not so much that the probabilities are changing, it's that the diversity of the cohorts entering is changing, and hence the numbers of people who are not white, who are entering the top quartile, is growing over time and very likely to grow. Now, will the probabilities change? I mean, I think that's a key question. Will there be greater equality? Well, we'll have to see. I think it depends on, more not whites rising to positions of authority and how they behave once they are in positions of authority. So that's hard to predict. Okay, so, all right, so, and I've mentioned, so we've talked about also the mixed groups, and I want to again underscore that this is a growing population, and it's going to become more and more prominent in the future as its numbers grow. So how should we rethink affirmative action? Well, I think that we're assuming here that the Supreme Court will render a decision that eliminates race as a criterion for selection into higher education. That seems a pretty safe assumption. But here I want to say again that the data we have probably would allow us to contrive selection schemes that, while they would not entirely eliminate the possibility of selecting whites, would still disproportionately select non-whites coming from disadvantaged families and communities, which of course is not the way the current selection criteria work, because as we said, acknowledged yesterday, many of the blacks who are selected by affirmative action are not necessarily disadvantaged. They're often the children of immigrants or the children of upper middle class families, or they're people who are partly white and partly black. So I want to emphasize two things. One is our knowledge. So we have much more knowledge today about differences among groups and how they are rooted than we did in the mid-1960s. So, we know, for example, that segregation has had a powerful impact on racial disadvantage, and particularly because it puts many African Americans into communities where they grow up that are very disadvantaged in terms of the family income and wealth, in terms of things like the criminal records of of men in those communities and in many other terms that are not racial explicitly. We really know enough now, I think, to be able to characterize people not just in terms of their family characteristics or the income of their families, and even the wealth of their families, but also in terms of their communities. So I think that a strategy that would be most effective would take not just family characteristics into account, but also take community characteristics into account, so that we are therefore identifying people who are disadvantaged not just in their family economic terms, but also in their community terms. Now, Doug Massey, in his research on segregation and its consequences for African Americans, pointed out, and of course this was a couple of decades ago, we have to make sure the data still support this, but that poor whites are not as likely to live in poor communities as poor blacks are. So there's a real difference, not just in income terms between white and black families, but also in their community location and what those community locations mean. Patrick Sharkey, in I think an article that hasn't gotten enough attention in the American Journal of Sociology from 2014, showed two things. One is that middle-class Black Americans have more residential options than was true in the era of high segregation, let's say that sort of the end of the 20th century, but also that poor African Americans who live in segregated Black communities, it's not just the communities themselves like a census tract says that are disadvantaged, but the surrounding communities are also disadvantaged, so that they are really located in a social space that is deprived in a lot of ways that white communities are not deprived. Okay, so I think we've said enough about that. I mean, it's clear that we have a lot of data about communities and individuals. I just want to close by reminding us that when affirmative action was conceived, economic inequality was relatively low in historical terms. And that's no doubt part of the story of the mobility that was so rampant, and not just for ethnics, but for other whites too, in the quarter century following World War II, or as the French referred to them, les Trente Glorieuses, the 30 glorious years. It continues to be true that, and I think I should have pointed this out earlier, that there's an important distinction, I think, to make among not white groups is between immigrant origin groups and groups that basically have been enslaved or conquered and brought into the United States in that way. So it continues to be true, as Abramitsky and Bustan have shown, that the children of immigrants advance substantially. So the differences between the second generation and the immigrant generation, according to their analysis, are rather similar to the differences that the white ethnics experienced between the second generation and the first generation. They're very different, therefore, from the intergenerational ability that we find among African Americans and Native Americans on reservations, and to some extent, immigrant Latinos who are hampered in particular by a lack of legal status in the United States. So, it seems to me that disadvantage today can be construed as not simply a function of race, but as a kind of intersection of race, community position, and legal status. And so I think that we should be rethinking how we want affirmative action to work. And I want to emphasize again that my view, maybe you think it's too optimistic, but my view is that we can in fact construct a class-based affirmative action that will continue to supply not whites, non-whites, into selective institutions of higher education. So I'll stop at that point. Thanks.
My phone was ringing when Richard. So I was having to turn it off. You did, right? I can't find, if it rings again, I'll go get it. Okay. Did I do that correctly for the Zoom? Is that? I'm sorry? The Zoom, I think it's, what that? I think it's already being shared, and all right, I'm assuming someone will mention. What that? Someone will complain on the chat. Yeah, I figured someone will complain. Okay, all right. Which, am I speaking into this or this? No. Okay, it's a smaller room. Sure, you can, I'll use my teacher voice.
But it's good for the recording.
This one, okay.
You can practice your office.
That's right, my teacher voice. So thank you, John, for inviting me to this really interesting conversation. I've really enjoyed hearing all of the discussion, and it's been very stimulating for me. And so I'm really appreciative of all of you being here. I thought what I would do is just broaden the discussion a little bit to think about just admissions overall and how we think about elite college admissions. Of course, I say elite because the vast majority of colleges in the United States, of course, are open admissions. The vast majority of college students are attending community two-year colleges or open access colleges. So I want to remind us of that. But, you know, the selective college admissions plays, I think, an outside role in our kind of symbolic understanding of American society, right? It kind of all of our ideas about meritocracy, equal opportunity, the American dream, I think are wrapped up in some sense in our ideas about admissions, right? Because they're sort of the epitome of this idea that if you work hard and you're quote unquote smart, you deserve to go to these, you know, to Harvard. Harvard is sort of the epitome of that, but any of these kind of selective colleges. So I think it's really important to think about, and what I want to say, you know, what I'll conclude in the end is how we should kind of reframe how we talk and think about elite college admissions. Let's see. I want to just start with Derek Bell. So Derek Bell, I'm sure as most of you know, developed this idea of interest convergence. I'm going to see if I can, so I don't have to keep trying. Did I unplug something? I did. Sorry. I'm just going to talk. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. I will. All right. Sorry. I don't need to. I'll just turn. I don't need to move it. I'll just do it.
You're not seeing it.
I'm sorry.
Trying to record this.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought. Okay. Sorry about that.
Okay.
And there is an online.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Not thinking about it. I just.
That's okay.
So now you're sharing my notes page.
Yeah. Let's
Just say new share.
new share, or if I do the presentation, the notes disappear. Yeah. No, they're not there.
Oh,
You see
okay.
the notes here,
But they're not. They're seeing that. Okay.
Yeah, they're not
And
seeing
Zoom
that.
is recording.
Yeah, it's recorded. Where were you?
That was right there. Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sorry, I won't touch anything anymore. I won't move. Okay. I think I was conscious of the microphone, but I'll just speak loudly. So Derek Bell and Professor Kennedy talked about this yesterday, the diversity rationale, so I won't kind of belabor this point, but this diversity rationale was the one kind of mechanism that we've had, at least up till now, to defend affirmative action, which is that it is a policy that benefits everyone on campus through this kind of diverse learning environment. And Derek Bell, I think, very insightfully talked about developed this idea of interest convergence, that the interests of Blacks in achieving racial equity will be accommodated only when it converges with the interests of whites. So racial remedies may be the outward manifestations of unspoken and perhaps subconscious judicial conclusions that the remedies if granted will secure, advance, or at the very least not harm societal interests deemed important by middle and upper class whites. So he used the example of Brown versus Board of Education to say that, well, you know, we think of, and it was a victory for racial justice, but the reason that it was able to pass was because it made, basically segregation made the US look bad, right? And the US wanted to be seen as a leader in the international stage, was trying to convince lots of countries not to move forward to sort of combat the growth of communism, at leaders, you know, in the face of the wake of World War II. And so it had to pass this, make this decision about school segregation to kind of be, retain the image that it had. And so, you know, this led to this, so, you know, he kind of says that that is why we have this diversity rationale, right? Powell kind of comes up with this kind of halfway decision, and we end up having this kind of very anemic defense of affirmative action. And it basically centers whites. And so, you know, I argue in my book, The Diversity Bargain, that this, that this diversity rationale leads to what I call a diversity bargain. And that is that whites will support affirmative action, and the students that I talk to on these 2 Ivy League campuses really expressed a lot more support for affirmative action than we see among ordinary American whites, who are much more divided. And they talked about the personal benefits that it brought to them, and that benefits that sometimes they didn't realize till they got to campus. And they would say, well, I didn't think so before I got to college, but then I got here and I realized I'm learning so much, and I've been exposed to so many different ways of thinking because of affirmative action, and so I appreciate it. But it led to kind of 3 kind of problematic implications that I talk about in the book. First is what I call the integration imperative. That is, if students of color, particularly Black and Latinx students, are on campus to benefit white students through kind of exposing them, then they should always be integrated, right? So if I see a table of Black students in the cafeteria, you know, that sort of famous book, I get upset because, well, part of this bargain was that you're supposed to come and educate me and integrate into the predominantly white spaces of campus. And I'm not so bothered by the white students on this side of the campus because they got in by quote unquote merit, right? And so there's this sort of bargain that they're sort of seeing in their minds. And I heard students talk about this. Well, you know, they quote unquote self-segregate, and that's a problem. The second thing that I heard, and I was kind of astonished to hear that this reverse discrimination script existed before the end of slavery. I didn't know that, and that's, you know, it's so deeply embedded, and I certainly heard this idea of reverse discrimination in my own research, so many years later, where students talked about, it sort of, I think, comes back to also what Ajanta was talking about yesterday, where merit gets tied up with eliteness, right? In her case, she's talking about upper caste Indians, in this case, whiteness. And so, you know, I had a white student at Harvard say, we asked everybody if they'd ever had experiences with racial discrimination, and this student said, if I hadn't gotten into Harvard, I would have felt that I'd experienced racial discrimination. So this idea that if I don't win a competitive process, I'm supposed to be the winner, I'm deserving of it, then it must be because a person of color got in over me, and that's affirmative action that's gone too far, right? And so again, there's this sort of assumption of who is supposed to be the beneficiary, and so that's why I call it a script, because it's already there in his back pocket, right? Imagine going on, he's going to apply for a job, an internship, graduate school, not going to win every single competitive process that he enters. I don't think so. Maybe he will, who knows? Or did, you know, he probably has by now. And the third thing is kind of essentialized conceptions of race and ethnicity. So it's often assumed, the students often assumed that all Black and Latinx students on campus benefited from affirmative action, which of course we know from the data that some do and some don't. You know, if we look at their kind of, based on academic credentials, which is not the only thing that colleges are looking at. But so there were kind of complaints about students who were, say, from professional families, right? Well, you know, that person, their parents are doctors, so they shouldn't benefit from affirmative action. And, you know, so, and again, this idea that, well, to bring the Black experience or the Latinx experience, it's a particular kind of Black or Latinx experience. You know, we know that these communities are incredibly diverse, growing in diversity in terms of class, profession, ethnicity, but there's a sort of narrowing and this assumption. And I just want to point out that this idea, you know, if we think about pivoting to class, I do worry that we're going to have a kind of student body where the Black and Latinx students are almost exclusively coming from working class and poor families, and the white and Asian American students are coming almost exclusively from well-off families. And we're going to have an even more essentialized ideas about these racial groups if sort of it comes to that. So, you know, I've been thinking a lot about that, like what does the student body look like and this intersection of class and race and a post-affirmative action world. So these, you know, I kind of argue that these three consequences are this diversity bargain is embedded in the ways that colleges teach students to think about merit, opportunity, equity in admissions in particular. And these expectations, you can understand the kind of negative impact that they also have on students of color, and students of color talked about that as well. Okay, sorry. Make sure I didn't forget anything. Okay, so, you know, overall, the selective college admissions promotes this kind of what I see as a misguided belief that the process is an individualist meritocracy, right? So students are thinking about, you know, they believe that admissions is fair. So when I ask them, you know, how do you, what do you think of the admissions to your college? Is it fair? How do you explain the underrepresentation of Black students? They say, yeah, no, it works. It's good. It's a good process. I won, so it must be good. And that there is equal opportunity because the college does, they believe that the admissions should and does take in disadvantage into consideration and to level the playing field. So they say, yeah, the college does that. They consider what opportunities you've had. They do that right. We have affirmative action, and that solves it. Now, you know, when faced with underrepresentation is where they sort of are like, well, you know, the college is already doing enough, right? And we know the underrepresentation of Black students, Latinx students, even working class students, even middle class students on these campuses is pretty dramatic, as we've seen. And participating in this process fuels the kind of faith in it, right? I worked really hard in high school, and I got into Harvard, got into Brown, and without kind of noticing the wind at my back, kind of pushing me along into those places, in addition to working hard. And not recognizing that other people either also worked hard or didn't have the chance to work hard because they didn't have the same opportunities. Okay. Okay, so probably don't want to come back to this, but this is from the confirmation hearing of Brett Kavanaugh. I think this is a really telling quote. In his confirmation hearing, he said, I got into Yale Law School. That's the #1 law school in the country. I had no connections there. I got in by busting my tail in college. So, you know, I'm sure Justice Kavanaugh worked hard in college, I've no doubt. But he also defends the kind of legitimacy of his accomplishment, right? By saying, I can't move this, I can't see my notes. Okay, that's okay. By saying that, you know, he got it through merit, right? He, as an individual, worked hard and achieved. He was smart, he worked hard, got what he wanted. In fact, not recognizing, again, that wind behind his back. His parents were attorneys. He went to a private school. His grandfather went to Yale Law School. He went to Yale as an undergraduate. And so, you know, this idea that, again, I think we have to recognize those two things, right? But this is very much part of our belief, core belief in individualist meritocracy in the United States. And really, as, you know, it's part of our belief in, you know, the way that our society works. These ideas of meritocracy. Yeah, did I do something else? Did I
No, the slides are not changing in Zoom. They're changing here,
okay.
but not changing in Zoom. So there's something Sorry for the interruption.
I don't know if you stop it and then try and,
Like redo it?
but make sure, no, not that one, not that one. Did you stop the slideshow?
Yes.
I think you have to start the slideshow. I taught a lot on Zoom. And then,
and then
share that one screen, because I think you shared it and then, so you want to share that screen. No, that one.
Okay.
Oh, no.
So this is, I'm just going to select the one, but I mean, at this moment, I'm just in Zoom. So it's this one, right?
No,
This one.
that one, yeah. I don't know what the difference is between that and that, but that's right, yep.
So
Okay.
I'll double check.
Okay.
Hopefully, sorry for the.
No, it's okay. I feel bad that okay, so I talked about this. Where am I? Okay, I talked about that. But Kavanaugh, okay, so, and we can think about these ways that these students are thinking about opportunity, about equity, meritocracy, and bringing them into the work that they do going forward, right? Many of them are gonna go on to positions as employers, making decisions about hiring, shaping the way that we think about these issues, if they work in the media, all kinds of positions that kind of bring these problematic ideas, I think, about opportunity and meritocracy into the world. Okay, so I did this study of kind of students on elite campuses, and then I was kind of also interested in how the way that we talk about and do college admissions shapes, exerts downward pressure into high schools. And so I did a study of students in a kind of well-off suburb, a town, I call this town Woodcrest, it's on the East Coast. One of the things that I looked at was how college admissions kind of shapes ideas about meritocracy and student behavior and ways of thinking among students and parents in this community. So in the book you can see I talk a lot about Asian Americans and whites and some of the tensions between those communities, but I'm not going to talk about that today. Okay, so one of the things that I found pretty clearly is that hard work and high achievement in these kind of areas of concentrated levels of education and income can lead to a sense of entitlement, even if that achievement was made possible by parents' resources. And I'm sure many of you will be familiar with these. Maybe your kids have experienced them, or you yourself did. Private college admissions counselors, private sports coaches. I was astonished one of the first days I was in the field. This was in the fall. This boy was telling me how he plays baseball, and I was like, isn't baseball a spring sport? He's like, no, I play club, which is these private organizations, and I have private pitching coaching twice a week with a private coach. So, that boy, I'm sure he was good at baseball, but he also has, again, that wind behind his back to kind of prepare him for being recruited to college. Tutors, musical instruments, and lessons. And these are, some of this is about financial resources, having, say, it's often a mom, sometimes a dad who can drive you to all of these practices and lessons, but also cultural knowledge. So one mom said, I kind of used all the resources that I have and came up with this colleges list. And we talked about it, and she was like, yeah, those all sound good. Didn't seem to care that. I wish my kids would do that. Yeah, that sounds good, Mom. Another mom said to me, if you've only moved, she was talking as if she's talking to someone in her community. This was kind of a complaint about immigrants in her community, but I think it's telling also in terms of this question. If you've only moved to this community thinking it's a straight path to an Ivy League school, you've done your child a grave disservice. So a lot of families move to this community for the quote unquote good schools, right? You've actually put them at a disadvantage. So now privilege leads to disadvantage in this kind of logic, because there are so many bright kids here. Now, it kind of breaks my heart every time I read that quote, because this logic, again, is that there are more bright kids in an affluent community than there are bright kids in the urban center, not too many miles away, or in, other less well-off communities. Again, I think that this idea, the way that we think about merit, deservingness, kind of leads to this way of thinking. And so I call this a race at the top, because there's everybody in this town is getting medal. They're just fighting over gold, silver, and bronze, right? And so, but this idea that there's this intensive competition here because everyone is so quote unquote bright. certainly high achieving. It's so much harder here. I heard that narrative a lot too, right? So 80% of students actually attend selective colleges, which again is not the norm, the normative college experience for high school 18-year-olds in the United States. And this raise at the top, I think this is the important point here as we think about college admissions, makes it harder to see the advantages of life in the town. So one parent said to me, it would be easier to get into college if we lived in Lincoln, Nebraska, right? So this idea of sort of ignoring the kind of social context, Richard was talking about how social context very much shapes experiences of advantage or disadvantage, but on the one hand, I want to move to this community because I think it will give my child advantages, but actually now I'm saying that it's a disadvantage. My child achieves, and now I'm going to pretend that it's an individual process, right? And I believe that it's an individual. It's about the individual, right? And so there's this kind of contradiction here, but I think it's perpetuated again by this idea of individual achievement and merit. Okay, so I sort of wanted to just talk about this, this overall kind of ideology that we perpetuate about merit through college admissions. And so where do we go from here? So how do we kind of rethink college admissions in terms of what we do and how we talk about college admissions? I think, whoops, I don't know why this is going out of order. I think I moved the bullets right. Okay, so don't publish admit rates nor stories about declining rates as a sign of status, right? This idea that, perpetuating this idea that the people who get in are somehow better than the people who don't, right? So if our admit rate goes down, we've rejected more people, that means we must be better, right? I think that's a problematic narrative that perpetuates this idea of the individual meritocracy. Rethink finances to increase financial aid. I mean, the way that we, our funding for higher education, it's not a public system, but is regressive, right? The most privileged people with the highest levels of levels of achievement get the most resources, right? And the places that are really the engines of social mobility are community colleges, our big state schools, open access colleges. Those are the places that are doing so much more with so much less. Right. And so I don't know how, that's a big problem to fix because we have public and private, but, even in the private sector, really thinking and, Richard, you were talking about this yesterday. I really want to push what does that look like? How do we do this in a private system? Right. I have a 16-year-old who is going to apply to college in the fall. And when I take her on a tour, I'm like, oh, this is like a market, right? They're selling themselves to 16-year-olds and they have to convince her that they have nice buildings and the grass looks nice and there's pretty spring flowers. Like that, to me, it's problematic because it forces colleges to spend on things that are not going to further, say, their mission or their social impact or social mobility or access, right? And they have to compete with colleges that are doing, they have to do what the other colleges are doing as well, right? So how do we sort of kind of rethink that? And I think it's a pretty hard problem to solve. I don't think it's going to happen just because I certainly don't think it's going to happen because affirmative action ends. Greater contextualization of applicants. This idea of mismatch has been, is actually the opposite, that students actually do better when they go to a higher status college. So I think we can have more contextualization, a greater attention to social disadvantage, and students will still be successful. So expand affirmative action, use more language around racial equity, right? This kind of diversity rationale is very weak. If that's not legal anyway, certainly we should be talking a lot more about racial equity. That I feel like that's changed a little bit in the last few years, but I think we can push it further. Sorry, I don't know why these are coming out of order. Consider expanding enrollment. So I know Jared Carabell, in a different lifetime, you wrote this wonderful book, The Diverted Dream, which is, if you haven't read it, I encourage you to read it. It's all about how in the 1950s, the GI Bill is passed. There's a sort of knowledge economy. A lot more people are aspiring to go to colleges. What do the elites do? They say, no, you can't come here. We're elite. We're going to expand. Let's expand community colleges. And that's sort of their solution to expanding college enrollment. So, they really have not expanded very much, even with population, not even proportionate to population increases, let alone the kind of demand for elite colleges. And that's why we see part of why we see declining admit rates. and they have the financial resources to do it. Okay, and then like some kind of lottery built into admissions or a match. I don't know. I spoke to the medical school recently, and I heard lots of groans when I said match system. So I need to think of that. But some kind of way of saying, you know what, this is not a meritocracy, right? It never has been, and it's kind of random. You know, does the like star pitcher on the baseball team graduating, and now we need a pitcher, and oh, you happen to be like a really great pitcher, and you have those, you know, that's kind of random, right? There's already lottery, but it will change the meaning of going to these colleges, and I think that's really important. Changing the meaning of college admissions, and so, you know, the lottery, it doesn't have to be everyone just throw your name. It could be there's a certain bar. It could be a holistic process to say all of these people seem to would thrive at our university and would contribute to our mission. So let's put their name in the hat too. Okay, and then beyond individual colleges, I kind of alluded to this earlier. The public support, we've talked, others have mentioned this, has gone way down for our state colleges. It's kind of ironic, they get so little money from the state, yet they're beholden to these crazy boards that are often state appointed. So more public support for state aid for state universities, federal aid for college, loan forgiveness, and just in general, supporting a more robust social safety net. We can't put all our eggs in the meritocracy basket. Right? In a system of meritocracy, there's always winners and losers, right? And in a wealthy country like this, even those losers or even those people who don't win in the merit still deserve a basic standard of living. And I don't think we've committed to that in the United States in a way that other countries have. And if we believe in equal opportunity, you can't have equal opportunity with a vastly unequal society, right? So how do you level the playing field when the haves have so much more than the have-nots, right? And we can see even just, you know, small measures like how much are families spending on extracurriculars, dramatic growth in the gap between the well-off and the poor. And that's not because the poor and working classes are spending less, it's because the elites are spending more and more on those kinds of things. Which makes it hard to sort of then kind of compensate for those unequal resources. Okay, so okay, so the two things I've been thinking about yesterday are like mission and money, right? How are we going to pay for these changes? And then how do we get back to the core mission of higher education in the United States? So I think we need to stop treating college admissions as an individual evaluation of worthiness or merit, because it's not, it never has been, and we need to stop speaking and talking as if it is. And I really think college, we need to focus much more on mission. What is the purpose of the university? When we look at the mission statements of colleges, most of them talk about contributing to society in some kind of way. You know, affirmative action can help with that, but also, you know, it becomes unclear why we consider the things that we do in admissions, right? It shouldn't be that we shouldn't conceptualize it as we rank everyone from 0 to 100, and we take like the top 10 people, if one of them, you know, we go down the list, right? That doesn't make any sense if we're an organization that's trying to further our organizational goals, our mission. You know, whether it's contributing to diverse leadership, whether it's, you know, the future researchers, social mobility, whatever it is, but being clear on what those are and aligning admissions to that, rather than talking about it as if we're trying to select the quote unquote best of the best. And lastly, I think framing admissions as an organizational process. So these are organizations, and Jerry, we talked about that yesterday, right? They're, you know, sociologists of organizations, they, you know, teach us that organizations are trying to perpetuate themselves, right? Part of the way that they do that is they've got to meet the bottom line, right? Without like, you know, paying the bills, there's no mission work to be done, right? So, but be clear when, you know, if you are admitting legacy students for that reason, be clear on that. Or if you're need-based, many colleges are not making totally need-blind decisions because they can't afford it, right? They are need-blind until their financial aid dollars run out, their budget runs out, and then you can't afford it, you can afford it, we'll take you, you're similar, and that's what they're doing, right? So I think we need to be transparent about that. Obviously, I don't think that's a good thing But I think it's a problem that we need to have a solution for before we just say, okay, we'll be knee blind and we're going to do all of these things. Well, how do we get colleges there? I think it's an important question. So it's an organizational process. It's about institutional mission. So mission and money, those are my two takeaway points, I guess. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Natasha. You're great talk. Let's see, questions? Okay, why don't we go with Jay first?
Is this on? Yes, it is. Hi, I'm Jay Rosner. My focus and experience and expertise, for what it's worth, is in testing. And Richard, you had a slide, the probability of getting a good job.
Yeah.
Where in recent decades, I think, all the lines were flat except the Asian line went up. That's standardized testing scores. I've been trying to explain that as I talk about testing, that the brilliance of admissions tests have been an underlying theme here without being directly addressed, which I think is actually a problem, since the main evidence in all the affirmative action cases has been grades and test scores. Grades are arguably, you can dispute, how can you compare? Well, you compare test scores, a seventh grader can figure out which number is higher. The point I'd like to make is that one of the interesting things about tests is they've managed to capture a socioeconomic and racial process reflected by your slide that has given us the Harvard lawsuit and the switch from a white plaintiff to Asian American plaintiffs, because the case is more powerful, because they're more qualified, because they have higher testing. Thanks. No, it's a comment on his slide.
Okay, so let me say.
And yeah, if you could respond to that.
So one of the things that I didn't draw out sufficiently from those slides about the changes at the top of the workforce is that they imply growing heterogeneity in all sorts of ways in populations that we think of as not white. And I mean, that's true for the Black population. There's increasing heterogeneity because of the ability of some African Americans and part African Americans to enter the top of the workforce, and it's very true of Latinos. So I think what that implies is that the future will mean that there are more and more members of these groups that are going to be qualified in terms of grades and test scores, because they're going to be much better placed in terms of not only family situation, but also community situation. We're just at the beginning of that process, because the concentration of not whites at the top of the workforce is in youthful ages. But of course, another decade from now, I think America's going to look very different again because of these processes.
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much for your presentations. My name is Laetitia Lucas. I'm a French academic, so I'm a bit remote from here. Maybe my questions will sound naive, but it's always fascinating for a French person to look at the states, and it's a bit of an enigma to see a country that has elected a Black president, but that's at the same time who has this George Floyd event. Because in France we are far from electing a Black president. There is a lot of discrimination carried out by the police, but it doesn't go as far as here. Yeah. Anyway, to come back to affirmative action and the universities, one thing, I don't think any of the speakers mentioned that, but you're not talking about the tuition fees. I mean, how is this affecting the people from applying to the universities? I mean, if you're middle class or low income class, black or white, or, I mean, don't you think, well, I'm not going to apply to Harvard because I'm never going to be able to pay for it. And I was wondering, when people are taken in these universities through affirmative action, does it mean that they get a scholarship? There is no connection between the two things. I mean, and don't you think that there is a very big thing that is, I mean, when we are talking about equality, diversity, and so on, I mean, the tuition fees are so high that it must put down a lot of people from applying. And if they were, I don't know what is the percentage of scholarships among these institutions, but if they were, I don't know, a quarter of people having scholarships, maybe it would change dramatically the public of this university. But you don't, I mean, I don't know, there was not
Yeah, so
really talk about that.
there is financial aid. So on elite campuses, like around half of students, a little less than half, aren't you great? So, I don't know. Oh, microphone, sorry, I thought you were like.
Well, you are an expert, so we should try. So, around half, some places a little less than half, are getting some kind of support, and it's need-based, meaning they look at your family's financial situation. There's a federal form called the FAFSA that you fill out, and based on that, and universities have their own calculus, they're making offers of financial aid. Now, it's not perfect by any means. Like I said, when they run out, places like Harvard are need blind, but Harvard is kind of an outlier. A lot of colleges, once they run out of financial aid dollars, they are looking at, well, we don't have any more financial aid, we can't offer you, that we won't admit you because you can't afford it. So that is also, so I don't want to pretend that this is a perfect system, but just to say that the crazy numbers that you see are not what, at least half, often a majority of students are paying. Now, those sticker prices definitely are affecting students' willingness to apply, because often they're unaware that there is financial aid or how much they would actually get. If you see like $80,000, you think, well, how much I can afford, I can't afford anywhere close to that, so I'm not even gonna apply. And that's an information problem. The colleges would say that's an information problem, because if your family income, at Harvard, it's like 80,000, right? Like below 85,000 household income, you're not going to pay anything. Above that, you're up to a certain amount, you're expected to pay about 10% of your household income. Depends on if you have multiple children in school, if you have, saved wealth, etc. So there's a complicated calculus, but it is, ultimately, as the cost increases, it puts more pressure on getting, creating a budget. This is our private, this is the difference between France and the United States. It's a private system. We have great public colleges. We don't fund them enough, which is why they also have to charge tuition, not nearly as much as the privates in general, especially if you live in that state, but it's the way that our higher education system has been structured historically. And yeah, as an outsider looking in, it must look very much, because it is, and problematic, right? If we think very equity.
Just an add, so and then we'll call on Professor Kennedy. So the tuition rates at Harvard are, you do pay about 80-something thousand a year. That's tuition and fees and dorms to go there. So the people making under 85,000, last year was 75,000, will go for completely free, and they get a $2,000 startup grant, is what they call it, for these students. So about 1/5 of the population of the undergrads at Harvard get that. So 1/5 are in that particular group. The other part that we talked about yesterday, that Richard talked about yesterday, was that the very elite go there, and of course they pay, their full tuition. So that's why you have that huge amount too. But the middle part is the part that gets squeezed. And that's the part we often don't talk about. And that's the part too, I think, that they also don't want to support affirmative action as well, because they don't see how they can benefit in any of these ways. And that's where all these other colleges need to matter in addition.
Can I just add one comment, because I have personal experience with this problem we talked about, and that's to do with, and it has to do with the fact that there are certain people who simply don't know, that it works this way, that there's financial aid, and that what we call routinely the sticker price is not what you pay. Do you know what a sticker price is? Probably not. Sticker prices are things you find on cars when you're going to buy a car. And everybody knows you don't really pay the sticker price. It's a negotiation. And so we talk about the sticker price, but the reality is somebody like you or an immigrant or somebody who's not really in this world has no idea what that means. They just see $80,000 a year and say, it's out of the question. It's not worth discussing. So I think it's important to realize that it's an information problem, it's a big problem.
I think there's one more thing that needs to be said, and that is that we've emphasized here, partly because of the legal cases, the very top, a tiny, tiny sliver of higher education. And there are many good universities, including many excellent public universities. So this is giving us a very distorted picture, I think, of how expensive it is to get an excellent education.
Well, I was Professor Warikoo, in your one of your early slides had a reference to this interest convergence theory of development. It's been very influential. People cite it all the time. It always struck me as sort of odd. It seemed correct, but almost too correct, in the sense of, wasn't that just common sense? Of course it's the case that if you have, in a divided society, you've got to convince the people on top, unless you can just oust them. I mean, if you can overthrow them, if you can beat them, well, that's one way. But if you need their cooperation in order to get a reform, it seems to me it's obvious that you're going to have to, sort of shape your demands in a way that you can say to them, we want this, and it'll be good for you too. But it seems to me that isn't that sort of an obvious point?
I don't think it's obvious at all because, we think we're using logic and moral. That's certainly not how Brown v. Board of Education is taught in schools. That whites realize they're not going to lose anything anyway, and actually benefit the U.S. image in the world. That's not how it's taught. It's taught that suddenly they realize this is horrible, this is bad, and we're not going to do it anymore, right? Because it's the wrong thing, right? This kind of moral argument. So I don't think it's at all obvious that that's what you have to do. I think there's so many examples of interest convergence, right? If we think today, NIMBYism, right? There's this wonderful book, Don't Blame Us. I don't know if people know this, about the suburbs and the way suburban liberals and the way that they, on the one hand, support school busing kind of in the urban center, but then pass all these laws so that their own community is class and race segregated. And I think we see that even today, these suburbs really resisting, mixed income housing, even though we're in a housing crisis. And so I see it happening over and over again, but I don't think that that's people's sense of who they are and how they make decisions, right? So when you go to these housing discussions, it's no, the traffic and the historical preservation of this town, and I think they believe it. They don't believe that they're actually just protecting their own interests. So I don't think it's obvious that.
My only point was that sometimes it's spoken of, or this article sort of suggests that I'm arguing against the proposition that the people on top have done this reform out of, altruism, or out of nobility. And my response is, of course it didn't do it out of altruism.
You're
I'm sorry?
No, being optimistic. I think he was like growing, like I think he was at a point in his career where he was like, gosh, like these white people are not gonna do the right thing because it's the right thing. I don't believe that anymore. And that, I don't know, I think that's where it came from, but.
Yeah, so I think, if I may, Brando, so, I think that there's another way to think about this. It's related to what Derek does, and that is that that it's not that whites think that it changes in their interest, but it doesn't hurt them very much, and so therefore they're willing to tolerate it. And I think some of the big changes in our society. So let's go back to. I like to think about this in terms of the acceptance of previously disparaged European groups into the American mainstream at the end of World War II. So how did that happen? Well, I think it happened because America was in an extraordinarily prosperous period, given its paramount economic situation in the post-war world. There was enormous mobility, not just for the white ethnics, but also for Protestant whites, many of them coming from working class families. So it was truly a case where, a rising tide made all the boats rise. Protestant elite whites didn't feel hurt by this mobility. So today, obviously we don't have the same prosperity, but we do have a changing demographic situation. And in particular, the number of whites is shrinking, literally shrinking, not just as a proportion of the population, but in absolute numbers. So that upper middle class white families kind of still can experience for their children, the overall life chances that they expect. Now, maybe they don't get into Harvard, but most of those kids that don't get into Harvard are still going to go to a selective college. But there's not enough of the whites to really fill all of the spaces that are available. So it does allow for some granted selective degree of not white mobility that isn't harming the expectations about more upwardly placed whites. And so that allows this process to continue to unroll. The process, for example, that I showed of the infilling of the spots in the top of the workforce by people who are not white.
Can I say one more thing about that? I'm sorry if I was being, but I also think if we understand that, and if we take that as our starting point, then we use different arguments, right? So rather than going for the moralistic, this is wrong, look why this is wrong, this is horrible, we go for the, let's be a little more strategic about, whether it's affirmative action or any of these other policies in terms of, trying to get stuff done.
Thank you both for these great papers. Natasha, I want to ask you a question about the impact of the declining use of standardized test scores in college admissions on the diversity bargain that you described, because everyone uses test scores as a metric of worth, of merit, of quality in the process. But now that that's getting thrown up in the air, some of the rationales for supporting meritocracy and criticizing affirmative action are going to get a little bit more wobbly. And so I'm wondering what do you think about that, the short-term or long-term impacts of that on these larger debates about diversity in higher education?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that there's enough, it's kind of a black box. It's less of a black box than before this lawsuit, but it's still pretty much a black box in terms of how people are selected. So I don't know, my sense is that there's still a pretty strong belief that somehow there's something happening in that black box that's spitting out the best of the best, right? So but I guess what you're saying is maybe without those median test scores that will no longer, I don't know, I feel like people find other ways to kind of, the rankings are going to continue, certainly that's, I remember, I think it was last year or the year before, I had a student who had transferred to Tufts from UC Santa Barbara, which really different places, right? West Coast, East Coast, big, small, state, private. And I was like, oh, how did you, and she was like, well, they were similarly ranked. So, went there, didn't like it, so let me go to a similar. And so it's so like embedded in students' ideas about worth and where you should go to college that it overpowers everything else, right? So I think that as long as the rankings are there, people find other metrics to use. I don't know if they're going to use average GPA or, but I feel like, so I'm not convinced. I think it's a good move. I also worry that, I think just going SAT optional is, I think we've placed way too much faith in that. I mean, because what is it being replaced with, right? Is it replaced with like the extracurriculars you're doing, the essay you're writing, the letters of recommendation? Those things are all, privilege is very much wrapped up in those as well. And we've seen that from those places that go SAT optional. It's not a panacea for sure.
Just a quick comment that I'll try to put a question mark at the end of my comments. So there's a question. Richard, I'm so glad you brought up the issue of community. And that was, your suggestion was borne out in the modeling of what would happen at Harvard and UNC. So when you looked at family position, socioeconomic position, you got a certain racial dividend, if you will, a positive effect on racial diversity. When you added in neighborhood, there was a much more pronounced positive effect. So I think it's a really important point to underline. And Natasha, this is a kind of a continuation of our conversation last night at dinner. Where's the money going to come from? I think it's a great question, and I've been thinking about it a little bit more in light of what you were saying. And here's a thought. We learned yesterday that in India, where affirmative action is popular, it affects a large portion of the population. At a place like Harvard, at least, class-based affirmative action would benefit 2/3 of the public. And so now you have a bigger group, and you have a situation where Democrats, to protect their blue wall, are interested in getting some working class white people, as well as people of color and upper middle class white people. But Republicans are also trying to reinvent themselves as a multiracial, well, black and Hispanic, white and Hispanic, working.
Their strategy is voter disenfranchisement.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying they are talking in a way that they haven't in the past about being a working class party. And if you move from race to class, and all of a sudden white working class people could potentially benefit from the new system, and Republicans turn back and say, "Oh, well, we're against that too," I think they're going to risk. So anyway, all of the politics has to do with the fact that I agree with you completely that we have to go to public resources to address some of these bigger financial aid questions. So those were two comments, and I'll just say, what? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I agree. Of course, but, the Chetty research, as he tried to account for differences between blacks and whites in terms of their intergenerational trajectory, shows that neighborhood is consequential.
Yeah, but he also shows that blacks born in the top quintile have, like dramatically higher likelihood of falling out of that than whites in the top quintile. So, you can't say that those people in the top quintile are the same, right? And if we think about like leadership, who has the kind of experience, the cultural capital, the sort of has had that neighborhood experience to be able, who is most poised to become part of that leadership, is often the African Americans in that top quintile. So I think it's important to, given our, and if we're talking about that top quarter, that that it went from 7% to 6% for African Americans, I noticed, in the younger cohort, right?
Yes.
It
Well,
declined.
I think we don't, but there's also, as people age, there's some mobility. So what we don't know is whether, I'd be very cautious about that. I think what we don't know is whether, as they get a bit older, they move up also occupation, they move up.
Whether they hit a ceiling.
So,
Or whether they hit a
well,
ceiling.
I agree, we don't know, okay, but I think this is sort of like, how should I put this? I think a lot of our discussions of race wind up measuring our current situation, including progress, against an ideal of a raceless society. And I guess I prefer to, I think progress is always incremental, and I think I prefer to emphasize the progress that we're achieving. And I think certainly the workforce is dramatically changing in a way that puts many non-whites into positions of power and authority. I think that African Americans are not getting their due in that process, but I certainly I pointed out, there are real differences between immigrant origin groups and the descendants of the enslaved and the conquered, and I think that difference is.
Yeah, just two quick comments. One, just to pick up on something that Tom mentioned, it is worth noting that when there was a persistent test score gap between blacks and whites, was discovered, and it was discovered to be very resistant, even, resistant controlling for class, there was a huge amount of liberal outcry about what we should do about earlier and earlier education at lower levels. When a larger gap emerged between whites and Asians, there was a liberal outcry that we're relying on these tests too much, there's something wrong with the tests. So in some ways, the idea of white normativity, if that's the right word, is remarkably resistant to facts, but the other side of this, just a general comment, your thought, I think we need, though I don't want to harm sales of your book, to really rethink the idea of merit. First of all, it's a rank absurdity to be talking about merit when we're discussing 17-year-olds. None of them have done anything meritorious yet. And if they have, it's only a reflection of parental, cultural, and social capital. It can't possibly be, Mozart notwithstanding, very few 17-year-olds have accomplished anything they could truly merit. At the very least, we've got to talk about that in terms of potential, which the people who design the SAT and the ACT, that's all they promise, is this is some quality. The most charitable interpretation is this is a measure of potential, not of merit, like I busted my hump in high school. Who the heck cares how well any adult did in high school? It's absurdity. As someone who didn't do well in high school, by the way, I mentioned. So I think that we really need to, because merit implies somehow a moral reward. And, the individualism that you're discussing is taking this group characteristic of cultural capital and ascribing to it a moral reward. And, the reason everyone laughed when I said this was because if you think about it for half a second, it's patently absurd. And I think that maybe we have to call it out, as the absurdity it is.
No, I'm 100% behind you, and I do talk about that, the idea of merit in the book, and is affirmative action of merit, and this idea. So when we think about almost every other sphere, we don't have this idea of I don't think the people in this room could agree on what college should be looking for, right? What is merit? And it's different. It's contingent, right? And it's dependent on it's a socially valued good in a particular social situation, right? It's not there's not some absolute. So people say, well, we have the Indian testing system or the French, the test, but the test is one version, one definition of merit, right? And so when we're hiring and we're a firm looking for a marketing person, we're gonna look for particular skills, or we're looking for someone to do a different job, we're looking at particular skills. But somehow with college admissions, we just have this blanket, well, you're better, like, these are better 17 or 18-year-olds than these, and it is totally absurd. So I totally agree.
I just have a very quick one. Yesterday I heard the term Latinx used, and today I heard it again. But my Latino and Latina colleagues tell me they don't identify with it, they never use it, they don't know what it is about. So is it okay for outsiders to use this kind of feel-good imposition and also larger implication?
I'm probably one of the few in the room.
Yeah, you should.
Don't call me Latinx, that doesn't exist, so that's a figment of anybody's imagination, that's an insult. You know,
That's an insult.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah, don't call me Latinx.
they don't like it.
No.
Yeah.
Well, some people who identify as Latino or Hispanic use it. The gender neutral.
All of the above, but I am not Latinx.
It's also unpronounceable in Spanish.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist.
Really shows how assimilated it is.
I mean,
There are many people who identify as Latinx.
Well, but the
I respect whatever.
survey evidence doesn't really show that. I think that, we academics have evolved this kind of, well, I think there's too much vocabulary to this. I think it's.
Okay, I have a question. The word legitimacy hasn't been mentioned, but all the various arguments that have been made have taken the idea of legitimacy into effect. College mission in the United States involves less use of network connections, the old boy network or the old girl network, to get children admitted to selected colleges and universities. And that's because the process of admission is considered to be legitimate, that it's fair, that it's predictable, and that the committee that does the selection are fair-minded. And so you don't need to bribe anybody, nor do you need to cultivate personal connections to get your son or daughter into good college. And that's a very important point, because in many societies, it's not considered fair. And so they use bribes and they use connections to gain advantage. And so in thinking about the admission process, the question comes to mind, isn't it fair-minded to look for smart students, not meritocratic students, smart and hardworking and capable students, and that's a fair way to select students. So that, I think, needs to be more of a consideration in thinking about affirmative action, which I think is a fair idea. It's fair to have reparation for the legacy of slavery, which devastated the African American family, and has a long shadow, and fair to have special policies for Native Americans who were, many of them were exterminated. And it's certainly fair to have reparation for people who were conquered, say in the American Southwest, the Spanish Americans. And connecting that to equal opportunity seems fair. So what is wrong with that argument? Is the question I'm asking.
I don't think anything is wrong with that. I mean, I think that in some ways that was the inspiration for affirmative action. If you think back to the famous Lyndon Johnson quote about removing change and bringing people to the structure base. And I mean, personally, I think that is the direction in which we ought to justify.
Because you're asking me pictures since I sort of put together. It's so a student asked me this question in a seminar this year at Hansme, which is like, okay, well then what's the alternative?
it's not meritocracy, and I don't have a good answer for that. So I think that, I think that we need some kind of system, you know, if we're going to select, then yeah, you need some kind of criteria. I don't really know what smart is. I don't know that people in this room could agree on a measure of smart or even hard work. How do we measure hard work? So I think the idea that we can do this and do this in a fair way, it's hard for me to conceptualize what that would look like. And that takes into consideration people's different lived experiences, absent being able to consider race in particular. But I think that goal is a worthy one. Although I do also think, like, why do we have a regressive funding system for higher education, right? What if, like, take Harvard as an outlier, but take, you know, many elite colleges. Like, why don't those places take the lowest achieving students? Because we have the most resources to, you know, educate students, and, you know, they probably have the most to gain from an elite education. And the highest achievers, the quote-unquote smartest, or the quote-unquote hardworking, if we can measure that, they probably would do just as well at community college. So why do we have this, you know, I think it's unclear why we do it the way we do it, unless we think that some people are more deserving because they have some kind of internal drive, or, you know, I don't know, like, so I think it's important to really question, like, what are we trying to do? Yeah, but then ultimately, I guess you're asking, for me, the question is, what is the alternative, right? And I don't have an answer to that, so I think, okay, yeah, let's do this, but let's be clear on, you know, the inequality built into it.
What's wrong with the SAT test? Yeah, that seems to be.
Oh, there's a lot, yeah. You can talk to Jay about testing.
But I have to say a lot of, look, I want to admit to a lot of personal sympathy for what Victor said. So I came from a really not single-family you know, but not a very poor community. I was advantaged in terms of the community where I grew up. Everybody I grew up with became a PhD, a doctor, a lawyer. But so, you know, so I was able to get into what I consider to be really fabulous educational institutions, including high school, because I could present myself as smart. I mean, I think, you know, I've really experienced tremendous mobility from where I began, and I think we certainly want to allow for that possibility. And sometimes that's the way people get recognized, is because they are much smarter than you would expect them to be based on their origins. You know, and that was one of the arguments for the SAT test. I think it's still a valid argument for the SAT.
Could I make one very quick comment, not quite connected to the most recent comments? It's been said, and I think it's true, that to advance equity in a fundamental way, we need to think about a public commitment to a different kind of financing of higher education. And I agree with that. I think we should acknowledge that that's a very heavy lift right now, not only for budgetary reasons, but because higher education has a very bad reputation. And to get public support for big investment in the institutions that we're talking about would be very difficult. I hope that will change, but it's something that higher education institutions need to be thinking about, I think.
Endowment tax.
I did have a question, but I think people need a break, so I will forego asking my question.
Free count, you stole all my fire. Well, you're wonderful, really. I mean, I would add one thing, and I would go circling with
Marta, I've been told by the powers that be that we're supposed to get started. Actually, I'm going to interrupt our scheduled programming for a moment small commercial announcement. As John mentioned at the beginning yesterday, I direct something called the Advanced Research Collaborative here at CUNY, which is basically a program that to give a home for folks who, academics who want to take a semester to concentrate on their own work and also be here at the CUNY Graduate Center and have a cool office in Midtown. And half of the people that we bring in are members of the CUNY faculty from the undergraduate colleges and the community colleges who have very heavy teaching loads normally and are thus able to clear out a semester to do their own work. And the other half are people from everywhere else who come in and want to work with us. And it's one of these things where people have a residential scholarship or they fellowship. I'm not supposed to say fellowship anymore because I've been told that's sexist. But scholarship means something else. So I'm trying to come up with a word for scholars in that sense. But that our scholars come, they give one talk while they're here, and other than that, they have the camaraderie of working with the various other people in. We usually have themes around which this is organized. So, usually 3 or 4 different themes per year. So the conversation is a little more organized, but the themes are very, very broad, and I think actually probably would apply to the interests of virtually everyone in this room. So if you are interested in perhaps spending some time in New York City, and specifically in this building, I urge you to consider applying to ARC, and if you're curious about it, you can get in touch with me, but also on the CUNY Graduate Center website, it's under Institutes, and there's a full description of what we do. So, it is my great pleasure today to introduce our 2 speakers in the next panel, both people whose work I've admired for a very, very long time. Thomas Sugrue is the Silver Professor of Cultural Analysis and History and Director of the Cities Collaborative at New York University. He has written entirely too many books for me to mention here, but I should also mention that he's a frequent commentator on modern American history, civil rights, all things urban, and social policy. Marta Tienda is the Maurice P. During 22 Professor of Demographic Studies, Professor of Sociology, and Professor of Public Affairs Emerita at Princeton University, and is past president of the Population Association of America. She serves on the boards of the Holtzwood Foundation for Excellence in Education, the Urban Institute, and the Robin Hood Foundation, in addition to TIAA, where she looks after my retirement money. So, thank you very much. And Tom, you going to go first? Okay.
Thanks very much, Phil, for the introduction, and thanks to John for inviting me here. It's really wonderful, and I apologize for not being able to be here yesterday, but perhaps appropriately, my son was graduating from college, and it was a great day. I no longer have to pay college tuition, so I'm feeling light at the moment. At least my wallet is starting to feel a tad more heavy. I want to begin actually by going back 25 years. It was 25 years ago this year that I was asked to be an expert for the University of Michigan in the Gratz and Grutter cases that would eventually make their way to the US Supreme Court. And then 25 years ago, working on the Gratz case, I engaged in perhaps the most rigorous social scientific research of my career, because when you're writing an expert report, you're writing for a very small audience, mostly the judge, but you're also writing for an audience that will dismantle your work and attempt to label you as a charlatan. So I went through every table, every footnote with a fine-tooth comb. I'm a pretty rigorous empiricist anyway, but in the adversarial setting of a deposition in a courtroom, it really pays to be super rigorous. In that report, I grappled with the history and sociology of inequality around race in Michigan and in the nation at large. Essentially, the deep context for the system of affirmative action then under challenge at the University of Michigan. In my report, I wrote about the persistence of inequalities and discrimination, including in residential segregation and in the housing market, in the labor market in metropolitan Detroit and in Michigan writ large. Of course, Michigan, like most big state public universities, draws heavily from its state, favors state residents, although the mix, and we can talk about that at some other point, but the mix has changed over time as the university has increasingly relied on out-of-state students and their full-paying tuition dollars to keep afloat. But in addition to situating Michigan's policies in that context, I also grappled with the question of educational inequality, or what you might call the input to the University of Michigan. And I focused especially on the metropolitan Detroit area. Detroit, of course, was the site of one of the most significant civil rights cases concerning race and public education, Milliken versus Bradley. At the time of Milliken versus Bradley in 1975, metropolitan Detroit had 53 school districts. By the time Michigan's affirmative action case was being litigated, metropolitan Detroit had 83 separate school districts. More than 80% of Black students attended school in just 3 of those 83 school districts. And so I focused on the ways in which that educational inequality shaped the opportunities for students at Michigan and also perpetuated the racial inequalities in the metropolitan area, reflecting larger patterns nationwide. I looked at disparities in wealth and inequality. I looked at differences in health and health outcomes. I looked at incarceration and policing. I looked at differences in public opinion. But that report was ultimately written in service of the argument about what the university, in packaging its expert reports together, called the compelling case for diversity in higher education. In other words, it rested on what I would consider as a social scientist or historically oriented social scientist to be a pretty weak read. One that goes back to, of course, the Vaki case, and specifically to Justice Lewis Powell's idiosyncratic, sometime concurrent, sometime dissenting opinion in that 4-4-1 decision that emphasized the educational benefits of diversity in the university. What occurred to me at that point as I was working on my report is that there was then, and I think even more now, a tension between the principle or ideal of diversity and the persistent reality of inequality by race. My report was ultimately in service of the diversity rationale, but in many respects, my understanding of affirmative action, and were I a judge or had a position of power to defend affirmative action, I would have taken the side of Thurgood Marshall, whose dissent focused on the questions of racial inequality and its long legacy, drawing explicit connections, very similar actually, an argument to what I was doing in my report, between the past and the present of racial discrimination. In other words, the court often draws a bright line between history, that is what happened in the past, which might just be a year ago or a couple of years ago, and the present. But we historians, and Marshall himself in his opinion, which was very historical, don't draw that bright line between past and present, but see continuity ultimately as essential to understanding the rationale for civil rights policies. So as I grappled with that question of equality and diversity, it brought me to a place of thinking about where today we assess affirmative action and its potential future in the aftermath of what is surely going to be its doom, its impending doom at the hands of the current Supreme Court. The diversity rationale speaks to me as a longtime college professor, I believe that diverse voices in the classroom are beneficial pedagogically. In fact, some of the most amazing pedagogical experience I've had in my 30+ years of teaching at the University of Pennsylvania and now at NYU have come from really diverse voices in the classroom, bringing different perspectives, arguing, putting things on the table that wouldn't necessarily be on the table otherwise, taking what was hidden or in the background or marginal and moving it to the center. It's a marvelous rationale for the improvement of pedagogy. My own lectures have improved over the years as a result of the growing diversification of students in my classroom, particularly at NYU, where the student body, despite the fact it's an incredibly expensive university whose financial aid policies are not as generous as my former employer, the University of Pennsylvania, still the enormous diversity in terms of race and ethnicity and nation in my classrooms have brought enormous benefit to me as a teacher. And so the diversity rationale is compelling from the pedagogical vantage point. But is it compelling in terms of the larger questions that Thurgood Marshall raised in his dissent in Bakke? That is, how do we think about the persistence of inequality and what mechanisms we use to try to address, redress, repair the inequalities by race that are still really deeply rooted in American society and American institutions? And so I'm not going to be very optimistic about the aftermath of the impending Supreme Court decision that will probably kill off affirmative action, but I do think it provides us with a moment of rethinking the larger rationale behind these policies and essentially rethinking that relationship between diversity and equality. Or maybe to put it most simply, I will begin with the argument that diversity is not a precondition for inclusion or inequality. It is necessary, but not sufficient. Or, as Marta Tienda has argued in a Mellon Foundation project that we were both part of, increasingly the term diversity is paired with the term inclusion as if both terms imply each other. But that presumption is unwarranted. And so as we look ahead, in other words, we have to maybe push to the side, other than continuing to fight for the pedagogical benefits of a diversity in higher education. It matters pedagogically, but maybe move away from that thin reed upon which affirmative action's defense has rested for the last 50 or so years, and really begin once again grappling with the root problem of inequality that is at the core of the original rationale for affirmative action, as inadequate as it was, and that still confronts not just higher education, but American society today. So with that big framework in mind, I'm just going to offer a few general points. I could talk about a lot. Richard actually anticipated many of the things I was going to say, particularly concerning immigration and the growing diversity of labor markets in the United States. So I'm going to focus instead on a couple of major points. First, I want to use Charles Tilley's wonderful, depressing but wonderful term, durable inequalities. Durable inequalities even amidst the changes of the last 60, 70 years in terms of race, racial equality, civil rights, attitudes, and a general tolerance of diversity in America that was unimaginable before the 1960s. But to highlight the fact that particularly when it comes to blacks and whites, particularly when it comes to the groups that were at the center of the discussion of civil rights and affirmative action 60 years ago, inequalities have endured pretty intensely. I am not maybe quite as optimistic as Richard, particularly in thinking about the status of African Americans in American society. While there have been significant gains, and we saw those in some of Richard's tables, we also saw that at the very top level, just to use that one data point, the situation of African Americans has remained fairly static over time. And that static nature of inequality is one that affirmative action helped on the margins, but ultimately didn't fundamentally change. So I want to think about those durable inequalities that are particularly pronounced in the lives of African Americans. And secondly, I want to make an argument, and I'm going to overstate it for the purposes of my talk here. I want to make a case for ongoing Black exceptionalism when it comes to the kinds of inequalities that affect American life today. I'm not going to make that unequivocally, because right now I'm involved in a research project looking at Latino suburbanization on Long Island as a case study, and there are ways in which the long black-white binaries that have shaped racial inequalities in America are also shaping the experience of Latinos, particularly in the old industrial and racially divided metropolitan areas of the Northeast and Midwest. So, but that said, I do think it's important to highlight the ways in which the experience of African Americans has not reflected some of the really significant transformations in notions of diversity and equality in America since the 1960s. Third point, I'm going to emphasize, and this reinforces something that both Natasha and Richard made in their comments this morning, the spatial nature of inequality in the United States, particularly between Blacks and whites. This morning's panel talked about it in terms of thinking about affirmative action vis-a-vis community, which I think is a pretty good shorthand for thinking about the ways in which durable inequalities by race in the United States are highly spatialized. Where you live, to a great extent, determines your access to public goods and resources, particularly education. It determines how much you pay for it in the form of taxes. It determines your access to the labor market or lack of access to the labor market. It has, as public health scholars have been showing us, especially in the last decade or so, really profound consequences for health outcomes, for life expectancy, for susceptibility to all sorts of things ranging from stress to environmentally based diseases. So we need, in other words, to think about this question of durable inequality, the persistence of them by race, around their spatialization in the United States. And I would suggest, as we move forward, moving beyond our emphasis on diversity, we need to think about the ways in which post-affirmative action or affirmative action 3.0, whatever we might call a regime that we're going to be moving into now, needs to grapple particularly with the ways in which space still profoundly shapes people's opportunities, their life chances, and their socioeconomic status. I should add one last little footnote to that big picture, which is that the work of many recent sociologists and demographers, I'm thinking especially of Sean Reardon at Stanford, is emphasizing how over the last 50 or so years, particularly in the last 25 or so years, those spatial inequalities I talk about are not just inequalities of race, they're also increasingly inequalities of class. Again, we've sorted American metropolitan areas for the last century socioeconomically because of suburbanization and housing and zoning and so forth, but those gaps have become more intense. And so in saying that there's an exception around the status of African Americans and the durable inequalities that they face, I'm not denying for a moment the growing importance, the growing significance of socioeconomic or class distinctions in metropolitan areas. They're also increasingly spatialized and do have significant consequences for the opportunities, the access to resources, and the life outcomes of white Americans. So let me just pull out a few points, and I'm doing it old school, as you can see. I don't have a PowerPoint, but sometimes it's good to preach rather than to just show, and so that's what I'm going to do for the next few minutes. But first, I want to note that, or summarize a very wide body of scholarship on racial inequality in housing markets, and a scholarship to which I've contributed to in various ways over the course of my career. And that is, we know that since the 1990s, American metropolitan areas have become more diverse, less segregated by race than they had in the long period from the 1920s through the 1990s, when essentially patterns of racial segregation, especially black and white, scarcely changed at all. That is a positive consequence. However, the deeply entrenched patterns of residential segregation, particularly in highly segregated metropolitan areas, remain startlingly intact, even though we have some positive signs. So just to give you an example of that, if we take a look at patterns of suburbanization in major metropolitan areas of Black suburbanization, and that Black suburbanization has been increasing dramatically in the last 20 or 30 years. We see, on one hand, signs of something that couldn't have been imagined in the pre-civil rights era. That is, Blacks are living in suburbs that were nearly all white or overwhelmingly white, with the exception of little Black enclaves a half century ago. That's not the case anymore. But as we've seen through mostly local case studies of metros around the country, and by some more macro level work by people like demographer John Logan, patterns of residential segregation by race continue to replicate themselves across metropolitan areas. In other words, non-whites, especially African Americans, are disproportionately concentrated in what I call second-hand suburbs, or the kinds of suburbs usually with declining infrastructure, decaying downtowns, older housing, and not a lot of amenities that especially younger people are looking for, are disproportionately attracting non-whites. That attraction of non-whites, as scholars like my NYU colleague Ingrid Ellen show, is not the result of the white flight that we saw happening in metropolitan America a half century ago. Rather, it's largely younger whites, particularly those with children, who are opting not to move into those communities and instead are moving to communities further out in the metropolitan periphery. And so the process of racial turnover and racial change is not as rapid as it was during the mid-20th century, but nonetheless, it's visible, it's pronounced, particularly in the realm of public education. That is, as new diversifying suburbs grow increasingly non-white, it's the whites with kids who are the first to leave, and as a consequence, the public schools that witness the resegregation most rapidly. And I can give you many examples of that. I've been working on a couple of suburban communities to kind of test some of this in my own work, historically and contemporarily, including East Point, a suburb of Detroit, Euclid, a suburb of Cleveland, and Islip, a suburb of New York, out in the center of Long Island. So segregation has changed, but it still remains high. Most African Americans in most of the United States continue to live in highly segregated neighborhoods and in racially segregated communities. Next, the labor market. This is critical, and I'm not going to talk very much about the labor markets. Richard did it so well this morning, but we've seen significant gains as a consequence of the civil rights struggles of the 1950s and 1960s in particular, and the opening of whole sectors of the economy to non-whites that, again, could not have been imaginable without the decades of struggle that preceded. Going back to the 20s and 1930s, the labor market was the primary target of the Black freedom struggle in the North. However, the most significant gains have happened in relatively few sectors of the economy. They've happened primarily in the public sector and in publicly contracted work. If you look at census data for any major metro in the United States, you'll find that middle-class Blacks are disproportionately concentrated in just a handful of sectors, what we call meds and eds, or medicine and education, and in public sector or publicly contracted employment. I lived until quite recently in a majority Black neighborhood in Northwest Philadelphia, and I ran the census data for the neighborhood for a little presentation to a local community organization that wanted to look at socioeconomic and racial change and what implications it might have for the community organization's policies. And I knew that I was going to find in a middle class and working class Black neighborhood a significant number of public sector employees or people working for hospitals. I was shocked at the numbers. I was looking at about 65% of the Black residents in the community in which I lived employed in meds and eds and in the public sector. These are, and this gets to another dimension of affirmative action, these are the sectors of the economy that have most benefited from a different dimension of affirmative action than what we discussed this morning, that is affirmative action in employment. It is the public sector where affirmative action took deepest root and changed the composition of the workforce in a relatively short period of time. Whole sectors of municipal workforces were overwhelmingly white up through the 1950s and 1960s. The hospital workforce around the country was disproportionately white. There were very few blacks and other non-whites. That changed really rapidly in the aftermath of Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the implementation of affirmative action programs in the public sector. However, the public sector is also the segment of the labor market that in the last 20 years or so has been most subject to resistance on the part of those calling for the reduction of the size of government, austerity measures, and cutbacks at every level, from the federal government down to the states and localities. Those cuts will fall disproportionately on those who benefited from the expansion of civil rights and affirmative action in the labor market. That is, people of color, particularly blacks, and particularly black women, who are, as Virginia Parks and others have shown, also disproportionately the beneficiaries of the expansion of opportunities for non-white workers in the public and publicly contracted sectors. And so when we think about durable inequalities, then we have to look at the ways in which we saw improvement in the post-1960s period, but those improvements are starting to be clawed back pretty aggressively, particularly as states and municipalities are facing calls for austerity and the reduction of municipal or state or federal government workforces. Last point, public education. I will only discuss that briefly because my time is just about out, but I want to point out that we have seen, and again, there's massive documentation on this by a wide variety of scholars, perhaps Gary Orfield being the most prominent, of a resegregation of American public education. That resegregation is one that's actually not just affecting African Americans, but increasingly is affecting Latin American immigrants and second generation Latinos as well, particularly in the large metropolitan areas that are home to the nation's largest share of the new immigrant population, where those patterns of segregation, both in housing and in education, have been intensifying in recent years. Again, I'm a historian, and historians learn one lesson very early in our training, which is that predicting the future is very difficult, right? We look into our crystal balls and they're cloudy. And the vast majority of people who make predictions based on current patterns prove to be wrong, usually disastrously wrong. Many of them, economists maybe, can make a prediction and then a few years later, conditions have changed and everyone's forgotten, but it was a really clever idea at the moment. But ultimately, I'm not going to make any predictions about what will happen in terms of education and housing segregation. But what I can say is this. The patterns, particularly in the major metropolitan areas that are home to significant numbers of new immigrants from Latin America, and places like the one I'm studying right now in central Long Island, where the black-white binary and the presence of a significant portion of African-descended Latin American immigrants, we're seeing growing rates of segregation. Whether those persist and how they play out in opportunities remains to be seen. But this leads me to loop back around to my beginning points again. As we think about affirmative action and a post-affirmative action world, we need to think about the ways in which the inequalities that I've described are very much spatialized. They are not evenly distributed across metropolitan areas. They're concentrated in particular communities and places. And by and large, our affirmative action policies have not explicitly addressed those types of communities. I saw that when I worked for the University of Michigan on the Michigan affirmative action case. I was not responsible for crunching the admissions data. That was someone else's purview, but I did get to look at it. And one of the real aha moments for me was discovering that when affirmative action was still in place at the University of Michigan and its admissions policy, the vast majority of Black students who were being admitted to the university were coming from the handful of predominantly white suburban school districts where they were a pretty small segment of the population. They weren't coming from places like Detroit or Pontiac, the heavily segregated school districts in the metropolitan area. That's a reminder of the ways in which, as we look forward, we need to recognize the ongoing benefits of diversity in the classroom, but also think about ways of rethinking affirmative action and higher education to expand opportunity for folks who are coming from communities that where durable inequalities are ongoing, where racial discrimination and segregation persist, and where if we want higher education to ultimately serve what I think is its highest purpose or mission, as Natasha, to use the term that she used this morning, for universities to pursue their highest mission, which is providing opportunities for those who didn't have them, for first-generation college students, for people coming from great disadvantage to move forward. That's where we need to start thinking about those places. Thank you.
Thank you. This was a brilliant idea to have go before me, because I'm going to pick up on some of the things you laid out, the focus on inequality. When I looked at the titles of the various sections, I thought, what's the difference? You know, who's going to talk about what? But somehow there was this perception of that he was going to lay out the emphasis on inequality. So I was nudged on by Jay to give you a little prologue along the lines that Prudence Carter did yesterday, to tell you a little bit of my background, because it does color how I've approached this world about opportunity and equality and mobility. I'm a first generation, before that was even a thing. Both of my parents had less than third grade education, and English was not my first language. I attended public schools from K through 12, and I'm a real strong believer in the power of public education, not elite education. Oh, I'm small. I was the beneficiary when I went through school. So I joke that I went through the 60s twice. First as going to college, and then as a professor. But when I was going through the system, there was an expansion of public higher education, the Cold War investments that led to the massification of higher education. I rode that wave. Most of the baby boomers rode that wave. That is not the current situation. Tuition assistance, I received it. I went to Michigan State. I was raised in Michigan, and I paid none. I left with no debt. I was part of the period of broadly shared prosperity, attended and completed just as inequality was starting to rise. Michigan State had what we called a sliding scale tuition, so based on ability to pay. And when you have a factory, one income factory and 7 kids, ability to pay was like negative. So yes, grad school early to mid 70s. Was I a beneficiary of affirmative action? Yes, the Ford Foundation. Ford Foundation was offering fellowships to diversify the professoriate. And it was targeted for Mexican Americans. That would be me. The goal was to diversify the professoriate, and even though I changed from literature to social science, quantitative social science, it was an encouragement and advisor, because I had no one to guide me to set the stage about what possibilities were. So these experiences have colored and shaped my own work. But so it's kind of a reflective piece, and I don't do slides anymore. I've decided that that's in the past. I'm retired. Yes, that's what I did before. Sunday evenings, I don't do that anymore. So, but I do want to reflect on the equality part. I think Professor Randall Kennedy talked a great clarifying affirmative action and how it differs from diversity. I've written about diversity and what it means, it doesn't mean. Both of them are kind of really spongy concepts that carry a lot of baggage depending on what side of what argument you want to make. That's unfortunate. So because so much was emphasized yesterday that I was going to talk about, I thought I'd focus on equality of opportunity to learn. Not just equality, but equality of opportunity to learn, because that's the pathway into college that we've been trying to decide who deserves, who's meritorious, and who can learn at what and where. So my understanding about admissions decisions, yesterday we talked mostly about admissions decisions. That's an institutional decision. Those are the ones that get litigated. Nobody talks about, or much less research about, the pool of potential very talented applicants who don't apply because they don't have the information. And that's something I learned about when I was evaluating the Texas 10% plan. And enrollment, conditional on being admitted. Why don't you enroll? And that's the other decision. So at the end, we have these two bookcases that are individual decisions that are sandwiching this admissions decision that generates all the attention because of the litigation. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the other two. My introduction to affirmative action or to college admissions it coincided with my arrival to Princeton. This is not anything I was working on, so I was learning as I was flying the plane and building it. So it was because Bill Bowen was at that time president of the Mellon Foundation. He had participated in the Bakke decision and others, and he could see that there was something going on. I was oblivious that they were having all this litigation here and there and the others. I was studying very different things at the time. I'm a demographer. But already the Hopwood decision had taken place. Affirmative action had been banned in Texas. Morales extended it to the Attorney General, saying it covers all kinds of supports. You can't do fellowships. You can't do any targeted programs. So it took a big, broad switch to that. Both Mellon and Ford foundations were trying to mobilize the research community to try to get the database, the research base, to try to look at enrollment, admission decisions, and across the educational spectrum. So Bowen called me into his office. He said, it was right before he was about to release The Shape of the River. He said, I'd like you to study Hispanics in selective institutions. And I looked at him, I said, what are you talking about? I said, I just read a GAO report. We're not graduating from high school. Why do you want me to talk about who goes to Princeton? There are all 6 of them. And he said, well, this has been changing. It's kind of important. And think about it. So I thought, okay, he put a bee in my bonnet, because I said, we study failure to death, and we don't look at who beats the odds. And I started thinking about this, and I decided that it was something worth pursuing, but only if I could take a broader comparative perspective and also look at a variation across institutional selectivity. So I could use national data comparing more or less moderately and very selective institutions, and comparing Blacks, whites, Hispanics, and Asians, because that's the way I approach the world. That's how I could learn about Hispanics, not just by studying them, but also by studying other groups. So then the Ford Foundation called me and they said, there's this thing going on in Texas, and I thought, okay. And that led to the study of the Texas top 10% plan at the admissions regime. So that focused my attention initially on the 14th Amendment, and I say anything about law with great trepidation, because I'm not a lawyer, and if I had to do over again, I would take a few law courses along the way, but I wasn't planning on studying higher education. But I was puzzled. Most of the literature was about Blacks and whites, and I was puzzled where Hispanics fit in, because that was my assignment. Are we a race? Are we not a race? The census says, no, you're an ethnicity, but you can be of any race, but nobody really paid attention to that, and over time, the category was racialized. So we were legally white, but not in practice, and certainly that was the case in Texas, and that's why Mendez versus Westminster could not challenge Plessy, because Mexicans were not a race, but it did provide the template for Brown. There had been many legal skirmishes to desegregate Texas and California schools, but they were very unsuccessful because of this tautological reasoning for segregating Mexican students. They don't speak English. Yes, they did. They don't speak English, so let's put them in Mexican schools. And then in Mexican schools, they all spoke Spanish, and they said, well, we can't promote them because they're all speaking Spanish. So it became very tautological to try to maintain Mexican in the Southwest. So this racial ambivalence made Mexicans in the Southwest very difficult to classify in the legal spectrum, and enabled this pernicious school segregation to foment economic inequality. So the coincidence that started to be was reified. And this is so the case involving Hispanics that did make it to the Supreme Court caught my attention. Well, there were two. The Hernandez decision that said that Mexicans were a class apart, very seldom mentioned, I guess, but it's filed right next to Brown. And because Mexicans had systematically been excluded from juries because they were white, but there's no reason why they couldn't be on juries. So there were all this ambivalence in the law. Where do you put us? Who are we? You don't look like, well, that's beside the point. So this decision that caught my attention, the 73 Rodriguez decision, is highly consequential today because it brings to the fore the theme of inequality and equality, the equality or inequality of an opportunity to learn. And that's where I started to think, wait a minute, we're looking at the outcome and who gets into higher education without looking enough at the process, the input, and what this decision meant. So it's something that we need to think about, I hope, as we go forward and foundations start looking at funding research to think about these pipelines. So Rodriguez and equality of future college inputs, there's a lot of discussion of wealth and what we should be looking at, but what are those inputs at the first place? The Texas, and so I'm going to talk about that one a little bit, the Texas percentage plan, that uniform admissions regime, doesn't that sound nice? Uniform admissions. And some recent developments of that in the state of Texas, which is where I currently live. And diversity beyond higher education. What is going to be the scope of the Harvard UNC decision is unclear. We know the decision. I mean, I think that's what I call Garcia Marquez, the chronicle of a decision foretold. But it may spill over to the DEI initiatives, and I'll give you some examples of what's taking place in, I'm a literature major, it never leaves you, over to the DEI initiatives. So I'll draw on Texas, not just because I currently live there and I get the elixir version of all the politics, but it's because the source of the Rodriguez litigation, the top 10% law, the 2016 Fisher lawsuit, which actually did not overturn Bakke, but also because there are some worrisome developments now already taking place in anticipation of the decision, with persistent and large inequalities and very regressive school funding formulas. So Texas doesn't have a state income tax, it draws businesses and retirees, but it shifts school funding to property taxes, and property owners are fighting back as they did in California with Prop 13. Homestead exemptions for seniors like myself are not means tested like they are in New Jersey and New York. You have to qualify for the homestead exemption on taxes, not in Texas. You just turn old and you got it. And school taxes are frozen at age 65. So if you move there, your taxes for property for school support is not rising, which I have a hard time for that, even though I don't have kids in school. It's one of the fastest growing states. In the last 20 years, they got 7 new congressional seats, so the political influence of the state is also increasing. So this as a background for why Texas, if people say, why did you move there? I said, there's a hell of a lot to do in Texas. So that's one of the reasons. So the Rodriguez decision, it was, before Bakke and 16 years after Brown, there was a class action lawsuit filed in federal court to remedy these huge discrepancies in school finance across districts in San Antonio. The poor districts had very high taxation rates, but very low revenue because the property values were very low, whereas some of the adjacent schools on the west side of the districts had lower high taxation, but big return. So the disparities were $37 per student versus $413 per student. And the students, a group of parents filed, and they used the Equal Protection Clause to argue that school finance system was unconstitutional. So here's the 14th, this got me thinking about the 14th Amendment. I learned more about law than I thought I could, but not as much as I could if I'd gone to Harvard and listened to Professor Kennedy. But I'm a public school kid. But Mexican students were segregated in poorly resourced schools and were eligible for equal protection. That's the argument. And they were building on the litigation in California, the Serrano cases that led to property tax rebellion. The AGs for 25 states filed amicus briefs in support. Initially, they won the case, but then it was appealed. The favorable decision was appealed, and it went to the Supreme Court. It was overturned on appeal because educational provisions are delegated to the states. It's in the 10th Amendment. So the 73 decision was also very close, 5-4, that school finance system does not violate federal law. And here's what really got to me. Because I had assumed this since my entree into this study of educational equality was through higher education and affirmative action and Brown and Bakke. I thought that education was a fundamental right, and it is not. So that was my mistaken assumption. That equal protection, this is where I tied to inequality, equal protection does not apply to cases of relative deprivation, including deprivation based on large or yawning funding disparities. School funding is a state, not a federal matter. And I think now I think about Roe versus Wade and overturning that decision and how all the states are scrambling and they're coming up with different rules. So it's place, it raises the salience of place, and it raises the salience of inequality. So the persistent question for me is, what are the tolerable limits of inequality, having been raised during the period of broadly shared prosperity and then lived through that period of rising inequality that began in the mid-70s. That is one of the persisting questions, and it has direct implications for the way we think about possibilities for higher education. So this has opened, of course, a spate of lawsuits challenging school finance at every place, every district, every locality. Imagine the amount of time that is taken and how many young, bright minds we are hemorrhaging because the fees are going to litigation and not to investments in education. It drives me nuts. But the decision really has shifted from equity in finance to the quality of education, the adequacy movement, and whether states are providing adequate education. So I've done some snooping around and looked at the education clauses of all the state constitutions. For if you want some interesting reading, you will be amazed at how different is the educational provisions in all the various state constitutions. Some of them mention higher education, and they even tell you how they're going to fund it, and they'll modify it here and there. Some of them don't even mention it at all. It's just everybody gets a free public education, period, end of story, figure it out. So we have 50 social contracts for the future, and states have the right to decide how they're going to fund them. So the takeaway for me was the unequal educational persists in K through 12 and has widened in many places. COVID, if anything, exposed the already pre-existing gaps, fault lines, and raising questions about the inputs to elective colleges and universities going forward, and particularly the state flagships, which is what I care about. Overturning Bakke will result in varied responses from leaders of public institutions, college feeder systems, and may privilege some students from affluent districts. It's an empirical question, so those of you who are still active, I would invite you to keep an eye on that. And state funding of higher education to contain tuition will continue to be on the market, to which public if we're going on the current trajectory, Michigan State, where I went to undergrad, tuition in real terms is 2.7 times higher today. So I try to protect 17-year-old me applying to Michigan State. I would not be able to afford it, even with the current funding arrangements. So end of story. I mean, that's what I see. And if we continue to raise it, UT Austin tuition compared to what I paid today is 6.7 times more than it was what I paid as a grad student. So during the 2008 recession, states used education to balance the budget, because states have to balance their budgets on the backs of children. Korea did not, and Korea has an older population. They did not cut public education. Canada has a higher immigrant population. They also did not cut public education to balance their budget during the recession. So it's about the commitment to education. We've lost our way on that. So let's see. The second issue that I wanted to I talked about who should apply and doesn't, and this inequality. If you don't even know about the options, you're not going to apply. But UT, what I learned from UT, and evaluate, not UT, but the Texas, the guaranteed admission plan is what share of the top 10%, they would be automatically admitted, did not apply to, they were guaranteed admission, but they did not apply. And we learned something when we were in the field administering the surveys. And one of the principals in South Texas, where I'm from, this is 4 years after the law had been passed guaranteeing admission, comes into walks up to the survey researchers, and he said, my students are asking, do I qualify for the top 10? It wasn't even out there for principals to tell them that we have this new program in college admissions in place. And he said, I have been focusing on getting my kids to graduate and not going to college, whereas you compare schools in Plano or Wakefield outside of Austin, they all had college-going counseling. So he said, because the school gets evaluated on graduation rates, not on college enrollment rates. So the incentives were very perverse, and that just reinforces the inequality. So when I began the Texas study, the admissions director explained to me at the time, he was very thoughtful. He said, he was going through it at the time, it was great. He said, the devil has a name, by which he meant Parents of students not admitted to UT or Texas A&M blamed affirmative action, which allegedly gives preference to less qualified, and here's where I think the baggage of the term has to be clarified. People have it submerged, but that's what they mean. Applicants because of their race or national origin. At that time, 28 schools, high schools, out of 1,500 accounted for 20 to 25% of the applicants to the two flagships. And the parents had playbooks that one of my co-investigators said, here's the playbook that they use at this high school. About these, you do X, Y, Z, and they have a little checklist, and you get your kids can go to, you will likely get admitted to UT. So at some of the UT feeder school, over 70% of the high school grads applied to one of the two flagships. So think about how concentrated the patterns are going. So what I was trying to find out was, were the rejection rates of white students higher post-Bakke? And if so, what I learned is that Texas had been experiencing a college squeeze, and it wasn't really only about the admission regime, it was about underinvestment in education in the state. The expansion of the college-age population as the children of baby boomers came of age, we call it the baby boom echo in the trade. There was a rapid diversification. Texas diversified very rapidly, much more rapidly than it became a minority state, whatever that meant. And narrowing of college graduation rates, which meant that there was even a greater demand to go to college across all of the institutions. And then they underinvested in education. So Natasha mentioned that that was true in California. They underinvested in education. They didn't keep up with the population as they had during the period of massification. So underinvestment. That when the 1996 was when Hopwood decision came back, and ironically that's a law school decision, and then they came up with a solution for undergrads. Hopwood wasn't even eligible at the time. She hadn't completed her application, by the way. Picked the wrong person to run the thing. But at the time, in that year, 2-year enrollment surpassed 4-year enrollment across all of the states. So it was really about the supply, not the demand. And yet it was blamed on the admission regime, and that's where the devil got its name. So currently it's only the top 6% that gets admitted, and 75% of the students are admitted under that law, and which makes it hard to diversify and fill all the majors, etc. The irony of the Texas plan is that it depends on segregation. So I wrote a paper pretending neutrality, requiring segregation. It pretended it's neutral. It's not neutral. It capitalizes on segregation. And it was also, so that's not a solution for most states. And it did allow for the law school actually to recruit students, because of in the southern part of the state, you have concentrated, well, it's a Mexican part of the state. And so they were able to recruit to UT Law School, but most states don't have that situation. Detroit may have a little bit. I was raised in that area. There was strong evidence that high-performing students, they were at the top of the class, fared better than students with higher test scores, which speaks to the SAT-ACT debate to some extent. But the biggest impact was geographic. It was geographic, less so at A&M because the feeder schools versus the extension service. So Texas A&M had the extension service in all the counties, and at least they knew about Texas A&M, whereas UT was really the flagship school in the capital. But it did help recruit Latinos to law school. Both how college affordability, who actually went of those admitted, both UT and A&M developed scholarship programs. For the top of the 10%, so the top 1 or 2%, they provided fellowship support to enable them to go. But from the very beginning, carrying capacity of the system was a problem. I did a calculation that demographers are wanting to do. I calculated how many slots there were across the entire higher education system, the 4-year institutions, and the number of high school graduates in the top 10%. If all of them had applied in that year, the system would have been oversubscribed. I mean, think about it. So it was already oversubscribed. They tried to expand the size of the class, and then they had students sitting in the hall, on stairs, etc., and then they had to retrench, which made it even worse. Than the college squeeze got even worse. They got a double whammy 2 years later. So it was contested terrain, and it was about getting my kid in UT. I had orange running in my blood, which some of the interviews would say, because they thought it was an entitlement. Their grandfather went there to UT, their father went to UT, therefore I must go to UT. And Catholic schools that didn't rank were not eligible to participate. So there were all these aberrations in the system. The Fisher litigation that was Mr. Bloom the research community at that time anticipated the demise of affirmative action. So Texas was a propitious place because the president had announced we're going to do affirmative action and the 10%. They said, well, let's go after this one. Who's not getting in because you're admitting so many under the percentage plan? But it didn't happen. The Fisher decision, there were already strong signals that that duration of the Bakke decision was limited, and the 4-3 decision would face formidable obstacles going forward, if for no other reason than the composition of the court. Coogan recused herself, and Kennedy passed before the decision, so it's unclear whether it would have been a tie decision. But the justices agreed that the university, and here's where we're presaging the current discussion, that the university needed to, quote, regularly assess whether changing demographics have undermined the need for race-conscious policy, and to identify the effects, both positive and negative, of the affirmative action measures it deems necessary. In dissent, Roberts wrote, Chief Justice, I gotta be polite, wrote that the university's stated interests in diversity were not sufficiently measurable. Justice Thomas was more direct. Quote, states' use of race in higher education admissions decisions is categorically prohibited by the Equal Protection Clause. So the dissenters in Fisher have now been joined by 3 more skeptics, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Coney Barrett. So the question isn't whether the court will declare race-sensitive admissions unconstitutional. That seems to me all but certain. Garcia Marquez told us. But rather the scope of their decision and how it will be interpreted beyond academia. And this is what gives me a great deal of pause. Texas offers some worrisome insights. In anticipation, and this is my third and final point, of anticipation of the decision, and for political reasons, of course, expediency, Governor Abbott already last month has diminished the public-facing information about affirmative action policy at UT by eliminating, they've already redone their websites, they've erased a whole bunch of things. The section on diversity demographics, so you can't even look at the numbers anymore on the website, it's gone. So sorry for the demographers. And he's erasing from the website language such as, quote, UT Austin is obligated to achieve and maintain a workforce that is representative of those in recruiting area with requisite skills. You can't say that anymore in Texas. UT's Division of Diversity and Community Engagement mission statement no longer includes language about socially just learning. That's been raised. The current site acknowledges that the university's affirmative action policy, quote, is legally required due to the university's status as a federal contractor. That's the only reason to justify it. And so we'll see how that's why I'm worried about the reach of the decision. Not only UT, A&M Chancellor said no university or agency in the A&M system will admit any student nor hire any employee based on any factor other than merit. All right, so we've already got some marching orders since February, March, and April. In February, Abbott ordered state agencies to stop considering diversity in their hiring decisions, and the UT System Board Chair instructed UT to halt any new DEI initiatives. They're also reconsidering tenure for new hires. Hopwood had a similar broad reach and ended consideration of rates in financial aid and all support programs. Governor Abbott has explicitly called out what he considers innocuous diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. So here goes DEI to favor some demographic groups. Governor DeSantis yesterday, I think, called DEI woke, but yesterday defined it more explicitly. He calls it discrimination, exclusion, and indoctrination. So we are, that acronym has now been usurped. The Texas House Appropriations, it's about to end its session, it meets once every 2 years, added language to the state budget bill that prohibits colleges and universities from using any state monies on any DEI programs. All right, so we've already made the decision in Texas. So the takeaway for me, and this is where I'll end actually, is that this decision is occurring against the backdrop of vitriolic culture wars, where school boards with no pedagogical expertise also feel entitled to ban books and dictate curriculum. So where do we go from here? Educational opportunities should not be determined by accidents of birth, where you're born, community, what schools you attend, or whether their parents have the means to vote with their feet to more affluent districts. I return where I started, strengthening the feeder systems and address the bottlenecks such as financial aid and states' contribution to public universities so student share does not continue to rise. It was 30% when I attended, it's 70% the student share today. The states cover basically 30%. According to this, the Lincoln Project. So is it a pipe dream? Possibly, but I still think it's worth dreaming and fighting for.
So thank you both for great talks. My question is really for Tom. Eric Carabell yesterday brought up some of the history of the civil rights movement. And we typically think about the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, maybe the 1965 Immigration Law, which we've also talked about at great length before you got here. But the question that comes to my mind is the Fair Housing Act, which came out right after the Kerner Commission report, which was sort of buried by Johnson for political reasons. What was the Fair Housing Act? What was it supposed to do, and how effective has it been? Since you emphasized the spatial dimensions of equality and segregation and all that, what did the Fair Housing Act do?
That's a good question. The Fair Housing Act was you might say the kind of the bastard stepchild of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It wasn't written into the 64 legislation because it was too controversial, and because there was bipartisan opposition to ending discrimination in housing by Republicans who saw it as an unjust interference with free market prerogatives. And Democrats, many of whom had constituents that were fearful of racial change in their metropolitan neighborhoods. So what resulted in 1968 was at once a response to exigency to the emergencies of the urban uprisings, and it's enacted in the immediate aftermath of King's assassination. But it's a compromise piece of legislation. It isn't particularly forceful. It leaves litigation largely up to advocacy attorneys. Individuals have a very hard time proving discrimination, gathering the evidence necessary to fight it, and moving forward. As a result, it's fitfully enforced over the subsequent nearly 60 years now, 55 years. It also doesn't address some of the larger, deeper patterns that structure residential segregation in metropolitan housing markets that fly close to the edge, but don't necessarily always contravene the language of the Fair Housing legislation in 1968. Steering by real estate brokers, for example, very difficult to prove. That is, showing houses in predominantly white neighborhoods to whites, and vice versa. There was recently a quite an amazing bit of journalism that I think should probably won a Pulitzer Prize by Newsday on Long Island. They conducted a study of the persistence of they found the persistence of real estate steering on Long Island, as late as 2019. So it's a problem that hasn't gone away and hasn't been addressed by the Fair Housing Act. Of course, there are lots of other big issues that the Fair Housing Act couldn't adequately address that shape opportunities in metropolitan housing markets. Real estate prices, zoning laws and regulations, which have come under legal siege from time to time because of their discriminatory consequences, but have largely skated through intact. Even efforts to construct affordable housing in outlying areas has met with fierce and intense resistance, even when it's been mandated by court decisions or state law. Natasha this morning mentioned
Lily Geismer's book, Don't Blame Us, which is on the politics of housing in Massachusetts, one of the most liberal states in the country, where wealthy communities persistently and very successfully prevented the construction of affordable housing on ostensibly race-neutral grounds, using environmental impact studies, using historic preservation, using zoning, all as ways of keeping affordable housing out. And ultimately, the Fair Housing Act of 1968 was an effective tool for getting at any of those issues. And so, did it help? Yes, it does provide an avenue for the filing of lawsuits for those who have experienced discrimination in housing transactions. But is it effective enough? No, it's because it ultimately emerged out of compromise and it wasn't as truthful as it may have been.
The only thing I would add to housing is that I've watched hyper development in Texas. Austin is growing so fast, Texas is growing so fast, and all of the low-income communities are being gentrified at a rate that you can see it in real time. So there's a massive, massive displacement taking place, and there are no alternatives. So it's very discouraging to see the transformation of these neighborhoods with all these new high-rises.
Questions, comments? Let's see.
Well, thank you very much for the two talks, because they bring us to present day America more than the other ones, even though Tom is a historian. He's studying real community in the process of change. And then Texas is the new frontier, and the political, probably more influential than California because of its growth in population. So in the present time, there are gloomy clouds in the future. One of the clear predictions that people have is not a normal recession, but a stagflation, high inflation, low growth rate. And generally that leads to greater pressure on poor households because they feel the pressure of stagnation plus inflation and increasing inequality. And so given that, many of the types of models we use as social scientists assumes a constant present. It doesn't really build in deteriorating value of the dollar, high inflation, stagnation of the economy, and lower social economic mobility, and just enormously increasing pressure on the poor, and including the middle class, with a small elite, escaping it all because they have so much wealth. So how does one, as a social scientist with models that assume present that will continue into the future, make any sense of the implications of the exterior environment that we're studying with respect to exogenous forces outside of higher education?
One of the things I've learned by serving on the Portswood Center board, they're focusing on districts in Texas, so only Texas, well, a little over New Mexico and the Permian Basin, but the focus is districts that serve under-resourced, where they have a high proportion of students in economic need. So that's the target, and they're focusing on leadership. And one of the, they also have programs for principals and superintendents. In the superintendent program, they're concerned with the demography, which I found to be really interesting, and housing values that are rising incredibly. My housing assessment went up 10% in 1 year. They have a little industry to protest property assessments. I've never seen anything like it in my life. So every year there's this massive effort to protest your taxes, and they keep lowering them, and they'll raise them, and you just fight back. And there's this industry that gets the money. It's bewildering to me, but either you're going to pay a lot, and I pay less there than I paid in New Jersey, so go figure. But the principal, the superintendent has done the demography of the population, and they're looking at declining fertility, because in the places where housing affordability is rising, it's only people who can move in, and they either have only 1 or 2 children, or they have no children. And that is affecting the ability of school, the viability of school systems in not a very productive way. In other areas, there's a lot more crowding. So it's not the case in areas like Houston, and outside in the part of San Antonio, but they're also growing very, very fast. So the school district, I think, is a really good unit of analysis. In Texas, they have so many school districts that really gives you an opportunity to think about investments in some of the challenges. But the fact that they're actually looking at housing values, to think about what the future is of their school-age population is something that it's quite difficult for what's been experienced in the Northeast, where you've had sustained declining fertility, and the college-age population has been declining for several years. That isn't the case. That isn't the case in Texas, which makes it a really important case for understanding how they're going to react to these decisions, because they were the basis of the Hopwood decision, they were the basis of the Fisher decision, and these supposedly innovative programs to try to have a baseline admission regime that's increasingly being criticized. So they're paying attention, but not enough, because there's also this great drive for deregulation, right? An incredible drive. They don't want any kind of regulation on the roads, in housing, and they have exceptions in building codes. Now there's a thing called for the planning development unit, and it's supposed to be for the public good, except that there's a clause that allows all the developers to violate all the zoning laws. And I've watched every, just since I've been there since 2019, the transformation of Austin is it's really incredible. And some of these other cities are experiencing it because it spills over to the adjacent neighboring communities. So they're going to Round Rock, and they're going to all the neighboring communities, to Kyle. But then the migration into the city has become really problematic, and it's not good for the schools in the central district. So Austin is they're fighting to keep. They also in the schools this is just beyond me. They base funding for the schools on enrollment, so they keep enrollment on a day-by-day basis. And so I know. So the funds they disperse, and if your enrollment is going down over time, so if the university say this is our enrollment on this week of the fall semester, and that's how you leave it. Students may come and drop, but if you have kids that come and go and they don't stay in the system and they come back, they dock their they have fixed costs, but that's too bad. They just say, well, you didn't have this kind of enrollment, therefore your funding for your school is going to go down based on. There's some really unusual things taking place in a state that's witnessing phenomenal inequality, and that means huge differences in opportunity to learn. And so when people say, why did you go there? I said, there's a hell of a lot to do.
That's a really big question, and there are many ways to respond to it, but stagflation, to use that 1970s term, is the reality in a lot of disadvantaged urban neighborhoods where you have labor markets that have essentially stagnated or declined, particularly in terms of wages as a result of the expansion of the low-wage service sector and gig employment, or no employment at all. And housing prices have escalated, not just in areas that are experiencing gentrification, but actually in places where a majority of the population is renters, because there's a lot of money to be made in the rental market. Matt Desmond shows this particularly well in his book on Milwaukee, Evicted. And so you have folks who are dealing with the simultaneous precarity and insecurity of their work status and the dramatic escalation in their monthly carrying costs for housing, leading to multiple and reinforcing insecurity. And so, in a way, we don't need to look into our crystal ball to imagine what a stagflation society might look like in 5 or 10 years. We're already seeing it playing out in many metropolitan areas over the country. One other thing to say, and this wears off of Marta, one of the real perversities of the American system of public education is state and especially local control over not just curriculum, but also funding, which means there are vast disparities, even in places that are often really similar in many levels. So just to give one very concrete example, rather than being abstract, Islip, this community that I'm working on in Long Island, 330,000 people, 100,000+ of whom are Latino, has 12 separate school districts. Each of those districts has a different funding formula. The districts that have the lowest housing prices are the districts where property owners are actually paying higher individual rates in property taxes, but in the aggregate, it's not adding up because the property isn't as expensive as it is in the wealthier districts. And so you have the perverse situation of the people who have the most underfunded schools with the greatest needs of their students are paying more of their income in terms of local property taxes and getting less for their money. It truly is perverse. Like if you wanted to come up with a more devious system for perpetuating inequalities in a society, how we fund public education would rise to the top.
That's why I mentioned the Rodriguez case, because that's what sanctioned that kind of behavior, and it enables it, and in this politicized world, you just can't predict from one year to the next what will happen. So it is very, to me, that's really worrisome, and we're working at the opposite end of the educational outcome. But looking at the inputs is really critical, and it should go with aristocracy of talent gets lost.
And I'd add one more thing, just relying on a specific case study because it's so illustrative. Of the 12 school districts, the vast majority of Latino kids go to school in just 3 of those districts. And those are the districts that are at the bottom on everything, but are relatively high in terms of their tax, the local property taxation, right? So this is a place where you see the socioeconomic and ethnic or racial inequality is mutually reinforcing. So it's even more perverse when you begin to layer on the different kinds of disadvantage.
I was going to say thank you. I was going to ask you about public schools and the communities as well. And then I wanted to ask a little bit more about, because you answered that part of the question, the feeder schools and how you can improve those. And then the other part, the underlying question here that I also have too, with if you get rid of affirmative action, there's a whole other discussion about, let's not send them to college. Can't they go to work? Isn't there something to do about? So I don't know if you two look at demographics, you two, I mean, there are others too who are looking at these huge numbers. Is there anything to say about that, and how is that connected with this affirmative action fight?
Well, that's a very important question. The idea of, does everybody have to go to college? Well, absolutely not. Bush, I mean, the president was out talking about jobs that don't require a college degree. We're way behind in the trades and occupations that pay well, often unionized. But the fact of the feeder school system is something that has not received enough attention in colleges. So Texas used to have a certain proportion of the, they had a minimum of out of state, including international students. They relaxed that. U of M did quite a while ago because that helps balance the budget because they draw nationally as well as internationally. But the understanding those feeder schools, the location of the UT in Austin draws from many local communities, and most universities have a limited catchment area of about 70 miles, except for some of the top flagship, which they draw from other parts of the state. And I think that's where the real challenge is going to come in. If we focus on that and building up the schools, which is exactly what they're trying to do with the focusing on leadership, the Holdsworth Center. But I'm also concerned about another part of the funding. You know, with COVID, there was the massive infusion of funds to schools. It's 1 or 2 times, and the second round had a very clear sense of here's what you have to use it on, you have to do this, that, and the other. Some schools are loath to try to increase teachers pay or teach, because then there's going to be they're not going to lower it once the funds run away. Some of them are building infrastructure that's not going to benefit the programs for the students that are there, and many of the funds were delegated to try to do the catch up for the learning loss that occurred during this period. But everybody got to do whatever they wanted. And so some schools are better able to marshal those funds in ways that they know are going to be long-lasting, at least for the school district, and others are not. But that money is going away. And what's going to happen to those schools afterwards, especially if we do have the hard landing that's being predicted now as opposed to a few months ago with some recession, it's going to be a real challenge. And what the real problem is that states have to balance their budgets. Texas has a huge surplus right now. Huge surplus. But they're not investing all, they made a commitment to higher education, but I just read to you a string of, you can't do this, you can't do that, and nothing for diversity integration or the kinds of things that we've been discussing today. So that those monies are gonna be very contingent, and they are very, very quick to say, well, we gotta take the funding away if you're violating the current state law. So that 10th Amendment and the fact that the federal government does not get involved in schooling, I think is one of the biggest challenges for affirmative action that has not been brought up. That's why I harped on Texas. So we have 50 social contracts, and every one of those social contracts has to be evaluated and analyzed separately.
I don't have much to add. I think Marta's offered a really good summary, but when it comes to types of post-secondary education, it goes without saying that the United States is a real outlier in terms of especially providing apprenticeship education, vocational training education, and that's an area where overall our policies have not been oriented. But look, affirmative action affects a tiny fraction of the post-secondary student population in the United States. I mean, it's a tiny fraction. Yet it occupies a huge amount of airspace in terms of our discussion of education policy. Some of the most heartening examples I've seen, I twice had the opportunity to visit Macomb Community College in suburban Detroit. A really visionary president, he's retired now, but really took advantage of especially the Obama administration's expansion of funding for community colleges, and recognize that this is an institution that is preparing people to go on to four-year education, to professional schools, to graduate schools, but it's also preparing folks to go work in auto factories and who need to understand the new electronic technologies that are being used. It's preparing people to become nurses, but it's also preparing people to do the lower level work that is in the medical sector, which is one of the few sectors of the American economy that's pretty steadily grown for the last 60 years. And that kind of recognizing the complexity and diversity of the economy and preparing people to have the skills necessary for adaptation to it needs a lot more centrality in our debates about higher education in the United States than it has. It's not sexy, right? I mean, no. Seriously, if I were, I mean, I'm the dentisan of rich private universities. I've never been educated in a public institution except for kindergarten, right? Yes, I went to Catholic schools, and yeah, we had 40 kids in a class, and yes, I'm a first generation college graduate. But the reality is, you know, public institutions generally get so little. I know this from CUNY, right? I mean, my wife has got her PhD from CUNY, to be anecdotal for a minute. I did my PhD at Harvard. Kenneth Griffin just gave $150 million to endow the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences at Harvard. Harvard does not need that money. CUNY needs that money, right? Wayne State University needs that money. Community colleges need that money. And in some ways, we need to think about, given that philanthropy is certainly not going to step in because Ken Griffin doesn't want to be the honoree of Ken Griffin Community College, we need to think about ways of creating a more robust set of public funding sources for the vital public institutions that are doing the lion's share of the work of educating kids in the United States. Anyway, that's less of my academic knowledge here than my kind of angry citizen rampaging against inequality in our system.
And you know, we study mobility looking at parents and children and over time, but there's also a way to think about mobility using the public K-12 system and the stratification of the K-12 system and the stratification of higher education. Is this decision going to alter the pathways? And that's why I was focusing on the K-12 system and the equality of educational opportunity to learn. Because if we don't look, that's why from the very beginning I insisted on not just looking at private schools. I wanted to look at the broad stratification of higher education to understand who was going where and how they were getting there and getting out.
So if you're aware of the word.
I wanted to go back to the issue of diversity, and in particular, the whole diversity, equity, inclusion movement. I
have two questions about it. This is both for the panel and for people present here. First question is, what exactly is meant by equity? It's a very murky term, I think, in many ways. The second question is, diversity, equity, and inclusion has now become institutionalized pretty much everywhere. I have the impression 30 years ago it didn't exist. And so I'm wondering if there's some analysis, someone has published, where the diversity, equity, and inclusion movement came from, how it became institutionalized. It seems to me it's a kind of classical example of what Natasha and Powell called institutional isomorphism, that once certain institutions adopted it, then it became de rigueur at other institutions to do it. Now it's become universalized. And I don't quite understand the process by which that happened, but I'm more interested in the first part of the question, which is, what exactly is meant by equity?
While we're thinking about that, maybe we should.
I just wanted to remark,
Both.
I wanted to remark to Tom's point about how badly we do sort of training for highly paid working class jobs. So we lived in Germany and sort of appreciating the investment at the national level in maintaining high-level manufacturing. And the investment therefore in the apprenticeship system. I think the call of the Biden administration to bring more manufacturing back to the United States is a kind of opportunity to raise these issues again, because manufacturing today requires a lot of training beyond a high school diploma. It requires a lot of technical knowledge that is delivered at a post-secondary institution. So I think we need to bring that conversation into the public square.
Yeah, on the DEI, I don't know. I was troubled, that's why I wrote this paper, diversity is not equal to inclusion, because I was annoyed that the word, when all of a sudden I started seeing this and I started doing some work, where did these two start to be paired?
Yeah.
I don't want to go to the whole paper or whatever, but it's interesting that the equity just showed up later. And I see it more in the corporate sector and in organizations where that comes from within, and some places put some, the ordering of those three words, but now it seems like DEI came back and that's the order. But it wasn't that way initially, it was diversity and inclusion. But I challenged that because I saw, how could you be included if you're forming these islands of comfortable consensus on campuses, when in fact, if that's supposed to be the great integration machine, I thought we were failing. And I'll come out and say that you look at who's taking Latino studies classes, it's Latinos. Who's taking the Black studies courses and who's majoring in it, Blacks. And there was not that integration that I thought was absolutely necessary. So that's why I started looking at some of the data, looked at Princeton and some other institutions. But the equity seems to come in at the where you get employees thinking, oh, wait a minute, who belong, they're comparing outcomes. So the equity of outcomes, what is equity? And I've served on committees, I'm telling you that they keep modifying the terms and how they're measuring. But now they've become ensconced as if it's a trilogy that it's predictable and you can measure all three of them. And there are so many definitions for the three, but it's in common usage, just like Latinx, where I always said, where did that come from?
Right.
So don't impute it. But now, once something gains momentum, it just seems to have grown legs and it continues. So the clarity of definition, I think, is something that it's quite variable. It's not there.
Two more in the back, Lynn, and then John.
Thank you for this question and thank you. Thanks for the question. I'm not going to attempt, even though it's a great question, to define equity, but I would approach that question a little bit in terms of your two questions together. How does a term become institutionalized? So, is that different from how LGBTQ or, gay, right? There's certain terms that start to take off, and this is what we believe in if we're concerned about progressive causes, etc. But I think the equity, indeed, like if you look at my suspicion about the equity, this is not a definition, but it does seem to me that if you just had diversity and inclusion, the question became raised in where's class? And the equity became, I think, some way of saying, well, you're just diversity. It was not clear, going back to the themes of affirmative action, where class fit in. And putting that equity in there, I think, in the context where I've encountered it, is some symbolic way of saying, wait a second, the class must matter here too, so we better not leave that out. So the E in the DEI, I think, is this interesting, not necessarily systematic, but way of saying that you can't just be talking about race and gender, class matters also. That's my, sort of overall sense of it.
I do find it interesting, though, that you could have another E word. In other words, you could say diversity, equality, and inclusion. And I find the difference between equity and equality interesting, and I am puzzled as to exactly what the underlying meaning
Oh,
is.
very good. Because one is much more salient about outcomes. Equality, it connotes outcomes rather than fairness. So the equity, it really is a concept of fairness, rather. But the CEO of Morgan Stanley said, for him, what's really meaningful is belonging. Where people, it's not just being at the dance. It's not just being asked to dance, but possibly getting to set the music to which everybody else dances.
I was going to answer the question about DEI really quickly by noting that I'm on the board of the Canadian Institute for Advanced Research, CFAR, and in Canada, they begin with the E, so it's EDI, and that suggests perhaps a different set of priorities. Diversity, of course, because diversity is a compelling interest upon which affirmative action has been organized, it is the top of our list of priorities. And I think to some extent, equity is subservient to diversity and how our organizations have been responding to those sorts of things. But you're right, the terms are vague, and having been involved twice in mid-states accreditation for my prior institution and now my current institution, grappling with these questions of DEI, the vagueness is convenient for institutions that want to perform their commitment to kind of principle and ideal, but do it in ways that rely on kind of pretty murky, pretty hard to pin down data.
Quite possibly vague by design.
Vague by design, yeah, which is very true of lots of institutional logics.
So it's pretty clear to me, Randall left the room, and none of you have spent any time in law school. Right. I'm law trained, practiced law for several years until I transitioned into testing. In the English common law system, we have courts of law and courts of equity. It was known as the Chancery in British law. And the concept is, and I'll give you a very short sort of framework, and I've always favored the term equity over diversity for this reason. A judge is, in a law court, a judge looks at the precedent and makes a decision applying the precedent to the facts. In a court of equity, there's a realization of equitable remedies, preliminary injunctions, for example, where the concept is that there is no legal precedent that's controlling. Legal precedent may be persuasive in some respects, but not controlling. You look at the set of facts before you, and you determine a fair resolution based on that set of facts. It's very fact-based decision-making. And clearly, there's a lot of latitude, but we have a rich tradition in our legal system of considering equitable analyses and equitable remedies to disputes. So that's just I'm not answering the question directly, but I'm referring to a rich framework that we have in our common law tradition of equity, and having my law professors would be proud.
That's a great intervention, thank you.
Well, on that note, I think we're supposed to resume at 2 o'clock in this room, correct? In this room. Very good. So join me in thanking our panelists.
Dime. Yeah, that's very important.
Okay, so this is our last session, and I think that John, in his very intelligent way, has created a panel that should maybe the most interesting panel. They say the most interesting panel for last. So we have two speakers very well known for their intellectual role in the public square, and for their speaking and writing about issues of race and higher education. Andrew Delbanco, who is on my left, and Linda Chavez is on my right. Both of them have very distinguished careers. I think in the case of Linda, I got to know her better than I ever had, sitting next to her at dinner, and I was really quite impressed by all that she has done, including running for the U.S. Senate as the Republican nominee for a Senate seat from Maryland. So she is currently the chair, chair of the Center for Equal Opportunity. She has been a regular newspaper columnist. She has published 3 books, one of them Out of the Barrio toward a New Politics of Hispanic Assimilation, Likely Conservative, The Transformation of an Ex-Liberal, and Betrayal. And she also has she comes out of a union background and was for a long time associated with Al Shanker, a figure very well known in New York. Andrew Delbanco is the Hamilton Professor of American Studies at Columbia and president of the Teagle Foundation. His book, College, What It Was, Is, and Should Be, published by Princeton in 2012, has been translated into multiple languages. I don't know about you, but I'm very envious of him for his regular role as a writer for the New York Review of Books, writing very informatively and intelligently about higher education. So the subject of our panel is affirmative action and the future of American higher education. And I think we'll take people in the order listed. So Linda, the turn is yours.
Do people mind if I sit instead of sitting? Well, I don't have a formal talk prepared, and if you think I'm being negligent, it's not that. It's that I'm following orders, and Richard told me last night not to go back to my room and write up a speech. He said, just talk. Yes, you did. He said, just talk. And that stems from our conversation, which was really a lot about my background. I am unlike most of the people who we heard from over the last couple of days. I'm not a scholar. I'm not an academic. I don't have a PhD. And there's a story to that as well. Not that I didn't start one. But I have been involved in public policy on the issue of affirmative action for many, many years. And as the title of my memoir suggests, an unlikely conservative, the transformation of an ex-liberal, I did not start off on the right. I didn't start off with views with which I'm now widely associated, but formed those views in part because of my work on affirmative action. Like Marta, I come from a working class background. My dad had a 9th grade education. My mother did graduate high school. They were not married to each other. They did not, even though they lived together for 32 years, they did not marry until about 6 months before my dad died in a car accident at the age of 60. I was one of 5 siblings. I'm the only one who survived intact in that family to adulthood. So I don't come from a privileged background. I went to Catholic school for 12 years. In those days, you could go to Catholic school. I think the tuition was $100 a year. It was very low. So even on my father's part-time work, because he, I grew up in New Mexico and Colorado, and the weather there is not conducive to working year-round if you're a house painter. So he was often unemployed, and nonetheless was able to afford to send me to high school and elementary school. Although we moved around a lot, I went to 6 schools in the first 3 years of my education. So that was my background. I ended up graduating high school at a time when, at least in Catholic schools in that era, I graduated in 1965, there was widespread tracking. You were put into classes based on how you did on standardized tests. And despite my very sincere efforts every year to enroll in home ec, sewing, stenography, and typing, which I thought might actually provide me some useful skills when I graduated, the nuns wouldn't let me do that. And I ended up in a strictly academic track. Nonetheless, when I graduated, no one had ever talked to me about college. None of the students that I went to school with, this was an inner city Catholic school in Denver. Most of the students were not going to college. This was a time when boys entered the military, girls went to secretarial school and other things, nursing school sometimes, not very many to college. Nonetheless, I ended up having a job as a receptionist in a beauty salon not too far away from the University of Colorado Denver Center. And one day my girlfriend came to have lunch with me, and she was on her way over to take the entrance exam because she was going to enroll in some courses there. And I decided to do the same. And lo and behold, my scores got me in. My grades would not have. I had abysmal grades in high school. Didn't even go to classes for almost a year of the 4 years of my high school education. But I made it into school. Managed to find a husband my first semester. We were married. I was 19 and he as well. Had my first child at the age of 21, but managed to stay in school. Well, this was at a very tumultuous time in American history, and interestingly, in the 5 years that I attended the University of Colorado, first at the Denver Center and then 4 years in Boulder, there was only one time in one class that I had another Hispanic in any of my classes. Now, Colorado has a very large Hispanic population, so that sort of gives you a sense of the demography of higher education, at least at the flagship school in the state. I don't think I ever had a Black student in any of my classes during that period. So in 1969, with all of the upheaval going on in the country and lots of press for more opportunity for Blacks and Hispanics, the university decided that it was going to admit 300 Black and Hispanic students, 150 each Black and 150 Hispanic students. And I was very active in the university's United Mexican American Students Association. And we went down and began recruiting students because most Mexican Americans at that time, college just wasn't on the horizon. So we went some places in Denver, but we also went to the southern part of the state, Pueblo, Trinidad, Walsenburg, little communities in the San Luis Valley that had large Hispanic populations. And one of the things that was very clear to me when I went on those tours and began talking to the students is the university could admit them, they could give them a free ride, which they were doing, but unless they had some extra help, they were not going to succeed. They had not gone to Catholic schools as I had, with nuns who, made you learn or made your life miserable if you didn't, even if you didn't want to learn. So I went back and talked to the English department and said, we need to have a special class for these incoming students. And this was only the Mexican American students that we were involved with. And so I recruited and helped supervise a number of teachers who taught special sections of English 1 that was really pre-college. I mean, what we were trying to do was to give the students what they needed to be able to succeed. And it was assumed that the students in those classes were going to be in them for 5 years. The program was going to last 5 years. No one was expecting these students to graduate in 4 years. I thought it was a great idea. I was very involved in putting together tutors and doing all sorts of things to help give the students what they were going to need to succeed. And I don't think I had heard the term affirmative action at the time, but if I had, that is what I would have thought of as affirmative action. Taking an affirmative step, going out, recruiting, finding students that show promise, but then recognizing these kids could not compete with students who came from more privileged backgrounds and had gone to better schools. It, I think, would have succeeded had it been allowed to try, but it became very politicized and politicized very, very early in the program. By the time I left, the very next year, I was off on my way to graduate school at UCLA. Some of the students who'd been in my class blew themselves up in a Volkswagen carrying a bomb across campus to place in the university administration. It became a very, very heavily politicized program. So that was sort of my first introduction to affirmative action. I became much more skeptical of many of the people who were leading the programs. And that skepticism has stayed with me through the years. Not because I don't value reaching out and making sure that particularly disadvantaged students of color have more opportunity, but my concern was those who were involved in the administration of these programs, many of them had, first of all, they were mostly interested in numbers. They wanted to say, we admit X number of such group into school. Much less interested in whether or not the students did well, what kind of classes they took, whether or not they were being integrated into the university system so that they would actually earn a degree and be able to use that degree in a meaningful way in employment. And so I began to be much more critical. I also taught in affirmative action programs at UCLA and a very similar experience there. I had students in my class in that situation, the students were mixed, they were not ethnically divided, so I had Native American, Black, and Hispanic students in my class. I had one couple, a wonderful couple in their 30s, mid-30s or so, who were Native American. They read at the 4th grade level, and they were attending UCLA. And this is not, it was not sustainable. There was no way that they were going to be able to succeed. So I became very soured. Well, over the course of my public career, I have been a frequent critic of affirmative action in the way in which it's operated, not the idea, but rather the way it is operated. And I think that administrators often take shortcuts. As I say, they're much more interested in being able to tout their numbers than they are in focusing on the needs of the students they're bringing in. And I think the whole use of race as a factor in admission has exacerbated the problem. In my view, the goal of affirmative action should be to provide opportunity to those who may have been denied it in the past. And I think you have to recognize, sort of go back to see how we ever came up with the idea of affirmative action in the first place. I mean, it stems from the idea that simple non-discrimination would not necessarily be enough. That's the first prerequisite. We have to first not discriminate, and Lord knows we haven't totally succeeded there. And it's, who knows if we ever will get to that perfect utopian society where people are not judged by the color of their skin. I don't know whether that will happen. As I age, I realize it may not happen in my lifetime. But that even non-discrimination, even if we could effectively not discriminate, that the effects of past discrimination have meant that opportunity may be available, but it's not necessarily, can't necessarily be exercised by everyone at an equal level. And I guess that, gets us to the point of what we're going to see going forward after the Harvard case. One of the differences that I have with some of my fellow conservative critics of affirmative action, I am far less worried about the effects of affirmative action on the population of white students who may be disadvantaged by it in an admissions decision. The student who doesn't get into Harvard, may end up going to the University of Michigan instead, and will do just fine in life, right? So I'm not very worried about that, but I am worried about the effects on students who may be put into a position where they're set up to fail, and without being provided the kind of help that at least I thought we were trying to provide initially. That without that kind of help, you are setting kids up to fail. Now, some of them will succeed. I was interested by whoever it was that said earlier today that maybe we ought to have the disadvantaged students go to Harvard, because Harvard always ensures that everybody from Harvard graduates. Maybe that is a good idea. And I'm also much less concerned about what private schools do than what public schools do, and for legal reasons among others, but just the very notion of state-supported schools, I think, ought to be equally accessible to all people, and race, in my view, shouldn't be used as a criteria. But going forward after Harvard, we at the Center for Equal Opportunity have spent the last 30 years looking at data and analyzing the admissions decisions of schools. I was interested earlier when someone referenced the black box that is the admissions decision. One of the best things that we could do as a society, one of the best things we could do for students, is to shine some light into that black box. When you're applying for a job, when you're applying to get into school, you ought to know what the criteria are that you're going to be judged on. And you want to be able to see when a decision is made, why it is you either were accepted or weren't accepted, and what the consequences of that acceptance means. So we have been pushing to try to open up that admissions process, and that's the first thing that schools could do that I think would be helpful. But the next thing is to recognize that there aren't shortcuts. And that when you have, all of the talk earlier in the day about demographic trends, the talk about inequality in communities and neighborhoods, it does matter. It does matter where you live. It does matter whom you associate with. It matters who you see around you. If you grow up, in an area where you don't see people go to work every day, you're going to have a very different attitude towards work than if you grow up in a community where you do see that. And so I think that, you know, we really do need to focus on, if we're going to have programs, I believe, first and foremost, that race should not be the factor, but social and economic disadvantage can be a factor. Now, is that going to produce exactly the results that some of the people in this room would like? Probably not. But I think that it is still, I think, fairer to make disadvantage the characteristic that we're looking for, not skin color. And I think a lot of the problem that we have today goes back to the Bakke decision, which I think was disastrously decided. I, for one, don't think diversity ought to be the measure, nor do I think that it should be the benefit to white students from going to a diverse university that ought to be how we judge whether or not a program is successful or not. To me, the rationale for affirmative action was that we as a society had discriminated against people on the basis of their color for over 100 years, 200 years. And that, given that what we ought to be doing is trying to figure out how we ameliorate the effects of that discrimination, what we do to try to ensure that those who come from circumstances where they have been disadvantaged by the state and by private decisions, that they are given the opportunity to be able to succeed. And so I think the real challenge after Harvard is handed down, and I agree that I think it's very unlikely that we're going to see anything other than a complete reversal on the use of race as criteria, that then we have to figure out what it is we do. And are we going to end up, if we have admissions that are determined by criteria such as test scores, grades, etc., are we going to have some of our elite institutions not, quote, look like America? Probably. But interestingly, it isn't that they're going to be whiter, it's that they're going to be more Asian. And that, I for one, am not bothered by that. Asians have faced a long history of discrimination in the United States. I spend most of my time now not working on affirmative action, but rather on immigration issues. And, you know, the history of discrimination against Asians in the United States is horrific. But I do think it's also fair to say that African Americans are separate and distinct, and the history of discrimination against Blacks in this society is qualitatively different than against every other group. The only group that comes near, and it's somewhat different, but is the same kind of very systemic discrimination, are Native Americans, whose land was taken and who were forced into reservations and who were deprived for most of the history of this country. So I do think that that is what we ought to be focusing on. I would hope you've got wonderful data that you've put together. I would hope that people will begin to be creative in thinking about ways that we can make more opportunity available to more people, including, by the way, immigrants. And I mean, education has always been the way in which immigrants have been able to move up the economic ladder. And we are, you know, not anymore a black and white society. We are many different ethnicities, some, you know, with histories in this country going back hundreds of years, and others, you know, not even going back hundreds of days. So that's our challenge. And I, for one, am open to ideas for people about how best to make that opportunity available to the broadest group of
people. Thank you, Richard. I'm going to follow Linda's lead, if that's okay, and also remain seated so we can keep things informal. I won't speak quite as personally about my own history, but I'm happy to do that later, and we'll say a few things about my experience as a teacher. But first, I think it's three disclaimers that I'd like to start with. Despite Richard's kind words, I really have no special authority to speak on this topic of affirmative action. It's not something that I have studied extensively. I've thought about it, but not in a professional way. And I try to avoid talking about things that I don't know much about, but so I'm going to try to stick to things that I think I do know something about and sort of circle around the affirmative action question. With the understanding that I think the title of this panel is The Future of Higher Education, the subtitle, so I'm going to say a few things where we are and where we might go. Second disclaimer is that I did take seriously John's injunction that we speak relatively briefly and informally, so I just kind of listened to everything, which has been very valuable the last couple of days, and went out over lunch hour and wrote some things down, which will be something like an outline for what I want to say. And third, it's a little tough, I think, Linda agrees, to come at the end of such a conference because so many intelligent things have been said, so many insights have been put out on the table that it's hard to come up with something fresh. So I feel like the assignment here might be a little bit recapitulative to try to say at least how I have processed what I've learned in the last couple of days and make a few comments or maybe modifications. So that's the basic plan. Right, for starters, it's been pointed out that the whole project of affirmative action that we're here to talk about, strictly speaking, at least as I understand it, applies to a quite small fraction of the larger sector of higher education. The number of institutions that admit fewer students that who apply is actually quite small. I don't have the number at hand, but a couple hundred, I think, out of something like 4,000 institutions of higher education, depending on how you count them, if you include the for-profits and so on and so forth. But it's a small sector. Nevertheless, it looms large in the public imagination, especially the super prestigious ones that have been talked about for the last couple of days, and that they certainly have an outsized effect on our society, and that they train a disproportionate number of our political leaders, business leaders, so that was questioned yesterday, cultural leaders, and so on. But we should keep in mind the size of the sector that we're primarily talking about. Now, it's also been pointed out, and Natasha was speaking about that this morning, that the gross disproportion in resources that are commanded by those few highly selective, prestigious institutions compared to all the rest. And I think that's a point worth underscoring if we're here to talk about equity. Princeton, which is the richest university in the world per capita, that is endowment dollars per student, by far the richest. It's hard to estimate this exactly, but I see some pretty good guesses that Princeton spends something north, significantly north of $100,000, maybe $125,000, $150,000 per student, which means and yes, their sticker price, we were talking about sticker price this morning, is 80 or 85 or something like that. Only about, only for about 40% of the students there pay that sticker price. But that 40%, that is the full payers, are all being subsidized by Princeton. So in fact, every student at Princeton is on financial aid. And that includes the children of, gazillionaires who could afford to pay not just hundreds of thousands, but millions of dollars in annual tuition with no particular difficulty. So that's something just to keep in mind. And by contrast, if you go to a nearby community college, whether it's New Jersey or New York, you're probably looking at an institution that's spending something like $15,000 per student. So we have the situation that Natasha highlighted, that the the privileged and best prepared students are getting the lion's share of the resources, and the neediest students who need the kind of support that Linda was speaking about are getting a much smaller fraction of the resources. So it does seem to me that if it's not strictly speaking an affirmative action response, but if we're talking about trying to make an intervention to enhance equity in this country to the extent that education contributes to a more equitable society, and that's a debatable point as to how much or how little it does, then the most important intervention we could make would be to mitigate the starkness of that distinction in resources, and to try to even out somewhat the quality of the educational experience across the sectors of higher education, so that they would be less starkly different. The word, I don't think we've mentioned online or distance learning in the course of this conference, and it's not a complaint, we just haven't. You know, one thing I worry about is that all this enthusiasm for online and digital technologies, that we're going to end up in a situation where the young people who need personal attention the most are going to be going to college online, and the privileged are going to be in small seminars at places like Princeton and Penn and Harvard, Columbia, and so on. I hope we don't get there, but I think that's a real hazard. And the evidence, by the way, as far as I can tell, is pretty clear that unconfident students, first-generation students, low-income students, are particularly ill-served by digital distance learning technologies. Now, what to do about this, you know, is beyond the, I mean, individual institutions, especially those with resources, can do something about this, and we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But we need, and Rick Kallenberg was heading in that direction before he had to leave, and believes, I don't know if he's right, I hope he's right, that if this decision comes down, as everybody hopes it will stimulate a more liberal response to the problem, and we will see reinvestment in higher education by the federal government. You know, there was a proposal to double the value of the Pell Grant, for example, which hasn't gone anywhere so far. The purchasing power of the Pell Grant has lost an enormous amount since it was first introduced in the 1970s, I believe. State reinvestment in higher education, the state disinvestment in higher education accounts for a very significant part of the student debt problem. And, you know, so Rick believes that we may see a turn in that direction. I hope that's true. I think that's what we need. Now, related, I guess, well, and it goes without saying, by the way, that the fundamental thing that needs to happen is a change in the character, quality, and probably financial structure of K through 12 public education in this country, which is, you know, kind of the root of the problem of educational inequity. But that's a topic that I don't dare to address. It was mentioned by Professor Sugrue, and he would be the one to talk about it. And related to this is, it is my impression, and this cuts a little bit against what Linda was saying, though I won't question your account of your personal experience, that I believe there are thousands, if not scores of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of disadvantaged students who are fully capable of succeeding in our most exacting institutions of higher education. There's some research, I'm not a big data guy, but there's some research by the Stanford economist Carolyn Hawksby showing that something like 30 to 40,000, last time I checked anyway, 30 to 40,000 low-income high school students, I don't think she disaggregates them by race or ethnicity, but 30 to 40,000 low-income high school students a year in this country don't even apply to a selective college. I mean, these are high-achieving high school students. That is, high school students with high GPAs and high standardized test scores don't even apply for all kinds of reasons, family pressures, fear of the sticker price, and so on and so forth. So, you know, the literature is out there to suggest that this is the case. And speaking anecdotally for a moment, you know, I went up to CCNY a couple of weeks ago to meet with a class of about 12 students, and they're in a special program. They're studying with the aim of becoming public servants in the city of New York. They're interested in joining city government in New York. And I went up there to talk to this group about Whitman and Melville's New York in the 19th century. They were so beyond fabulous. I left that class completely with zero doubt that they would flourish at Columbia. And not that they would have a better experience at Columbia, but Columbia could happily admit those students and they would contribute brilliantly to the intellectual life of the institution. So I do think we're not, the doors of these institutions are not as open as they should be. So now, this takes us, or at least me, in my meandering way here, to the question of how do admissions work, what's going on in that black box at these elite, highly selective institutions. And I think somewhat pernicious formulation, which we've talked about some, is usually along the lines, well, it's a process that's looking for merit. As Phil, I think, pointed out earlier today, the whole concept of merit belonging to a 17-year-old, I mean, there are some cases where the merit is really stares you in the face, but it's a little bit of a stretch to think that that's what we're really looking for. And of course, merit is a completely malleable word that means different things at different moments, historically, different things at different cultures, and it's always changing. So what does it mean in the admissions process in these institutions that are being sued about their affirmative action policies? Well, it's meritorious to have varsity quality athletic ability, especially, as we've discussed, especially, this hasn't been stressed, in sports like squash, tennis, lacrosse, golf, even, I think Harvard even has a polo team still. Sailing. So, you know, and I always feel a little guilty when I go down this road because some of my favorite students have been varsity athletes, and there are some terrific varsity athlete students, but they're not admitted because of what they're going to bring as students. They're admitted because the coach needs them for the team. And they get the largest advantage, as we've discussed, in the admissions process at these institutions. There is merit in being born to an alumnus. And I actually have slightly eccentric views of the legacy thing, because one thing I would just point out parenthetically is that if we end legacy admissions, as some people, especially on the left, want us to do, we will be ending it at just the moment when there is, for the first time, a cohort of Black and Hispanic and other alumni of color, whose children then will not have the advantage that their predecessors had. So that strikes me as a little, at least, worth thinking about. There's merit in applying early. And the overwhelming number of students who apply early come from families where they don't have to worry about what kind of financial aid offer they're going to get. So the early application pool skews toward affluence, and they have a better chance of getting in. There's merit in coming from, if you're from a faculty, if you're a child of a faculty or staff member, there's merit in coming from a family that might donate a building if you get in, either immediately or 20 or 30 years later. There's merit actually if you're male, because well, you understand that these places want to have a pretty much 50-50 gender balance, and they're not getting all the male applicants that they want these days. There is marginal merit, and it's getting larger at a few institutions, including Princeton, which has made a real effort to increase the number of low-income students in recent years. There's marginal merit in coming from a really low-income family. And yes, there is merit, since for about 50 years there's been merit in being an underrepresented minority student. But that's the only form of advantage about which there's been a public outcry. There's a little bit of an outcry about legacies, but it's the advantage that accrues to students of color, particularly African American students, that's been the hot button, third rail, whatever the right metaphor is, political issue. Now, I'm sorry that Randy Kennedy had to leave because we had a little side conversation about, well, we really do look for merit in our lives. We look for employees, or we look for spouses, or we look for, we all believe in merit, but we all have, I think, a somewhat different conception of what merit means. And here I would invoke that astonishing book by Michael Young called The Rise of the Meritocracy, that he wrote as a dystopian novel. It's an interesting point. I'm sure most, if not all of you, are aware of this. The word meritocracy is generally used in common discourse in a positive way. We want to be a meritocracy. But Young writes this book about meritocracy as a nightmare society, in which people who have the merit that this particular society values accrue virtually all the power and assets, and folks who don't have the merit become, not maybe literally subjugated, but demeaned and are denied dignity and are disrespected and feel as if they have no real place in the society. And I urge you, if you haven't read that book in a while, check it out, because it reads like a description of our society today. Right down, and it goes a long way toward explaining what we call the populist discontent and resentment among people who feel that they've been left out because they're haven't gone to an elite institution, they don't have the educational credentials, and they don't have the qualities that are valued in the society. Now, what Young's definition of merit in this dystopian society is fundamentally, as I remember it anyway, the capacity for economic productivity. That is, you're selected for the likelihood, and your capacity is measured by standardized tests which begin at the age of 3 in that book. When he wrote that in the 1950s, people were, are you kidding? Well, it's ridiculous. They're gonna give standardized tests to 3-year-olds? Well, okay, right? Okay. So, and what these tests are measuring is, as I say, their capacity to be economically productive. Now, that's nothing wrong with being economically productive, but I don't think that's the only form of merit. There are other forms of merit, like courage, artistic giftedness, generosity, self-sacrifice. We don't have any tests for that. And I don't think our most elite institutions are doing a good job of measuring those forms of merit. Now, having said all that, I wanted to take, my favorite line from Walt Whitman is, do I contradict myself? Very well, then I contradict myself. That sounds very harsh about the institutions we're talking about. And I do think we should pause and remember, these institutions give away for free access to a large number and a growing number of the students whom they admit, if not for free, then with a very heavy subsidy. Somebody, I think it was John
in response to the sticker price question, made the analogy with the car dealer. You go into the showroom and everybody knows that the sticker price is not the real price, and you get into a negotiation. And that's a good analogy, I think, up to a point. But I'm not aware of a car dealer who's selling Mercedes or BMW or even, Sugrue or whatever, who sizes you up when you walk in as to what you can afford and says, what was your income last year in your IRS form? That'll tell me how much to charge you for the car. That's right. That's not how it works in the car dealership or in any other place in the marketplace. But that's how it works in these elite institutions. They make an effort to figure out what you can afford. May not always be the best guess. And they tell you that's what we want you to pay. Now, they don't have to do that. All of these institutions get scores of thousands of applications from all over the world now, from families who can afford to pay the full price and then some. So one might step back, so why do they do that? Well, part of it, I think, is a moral commitment to something like the idea of equal opportunity and a socially mobile society and higher education as a public good and all of those things. Part of it is also, especially as it's been going on for a while, is competition with one another. So that the generosity of your financial aid program has become a measure of your prestige, which is a good thing from my point of view, because if it were not the case, my institution, for instance, would cut back on financial aid even more than we already have, which we've done sort of secretly, because the budget dictates that financial aid is a tremendous drag on the bottom line of the institution. But if it came out that Columbia was only giving financial aid to 25% of its students, we would be raked over the coals, and justifiably so. Right? So, okay, where is all this heading in my confused mind? I think a core question for us, or at least for me, in thinking about the post Supreme Court case, which we're all anticipating next month, is whether diversity in a racial and ethnic sense will remain a value that contributes to the prestige of the institutions that have developed it over the last 40 or 50 years. Rick Kallenberg believes the answer to that is yes, and that these institutions therefore will look for ways to maintain at least a respectable, whatever that is, degree of diversity in the way in which it's been defined over the last few decades, which at that point reminds me, and I mentioned this to Jerry yesterday, of a formulation he makes in his very good book about the history of admissions at Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. And correct me if I get this wrong, Jerry. You speak of the iron law of admissions, which, as I recall, is the institution decides what's in its interest, and then it develops an admissions policy that yields the class it wants in its interest.
That's accurate.
Okay.
The only thing I'd add to that is that if the situation changes, then policy will change accordingly to the different perceived interests.
Exactly. So the interests have clearly changed. I mean, like in the turn of the 20th century, the interest was to admit the kids from the prep schools whose fathers had gone to Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. In the Cold War, the period, the interest started to change, and James Bryant Conant and others believed that these institutions had to contribute to the technological capacity of the society, so they needed to look for a different kind of student. And in the 60s and 70s, the interest changed that these institutions needed to show a commitment in their own way to civil rights. And so the policy of affirmative action was developed. So the question is whether diversity will remain a priority in the interest, in the mind, in the institutional mind, whatever that is, as we go forward. And I hope it will. We'll see. Now, if it does remain an interest, then the question becomes, and I'm on the weak ground here, how can it be advanced after the court says you can't do it the way you're doing it anymore? And I think in this connection of Professor Sugrue's really valuable presentation today, which you stressed the spatial character of inequality in our country. It's striking to me that the rhetoric, and this is particularly true of my president who's about to retire, that's okay with me, his favorite word is global. Every other sentence has the word global in it. I've never heard him talk about local. He talks a little bit about our new campus having no big high fences around it. The point is, I think these institutions could make a more significant commitment to the local community in which they are either situated or to which they are a near neighbor. I mean, we're in Harlem, Penn is in West Philly, even Stanford and Princeton have very needy communities in the close vicinity. So there are ways, a lot of ways to make that commitment. One would be more concentrated recruitment and support and pre-college educational efforts in local schools. Another would be enhancing the chances for community college students to transfer into the institution. There are 80% of the community college students in this country begin with the hope of getting a 4-year degree. And only about 15% of them achieve that in a period, I think, of 6 years. Bridge programs with local schools and other community organizations that could bring in students onto campus, not necessarily to come to your university, but to come to some other good and selective university. Now, I have the sense, not to take Sherlock Holmes and figure this out, over the last couple of days, that most of us here believe more fervently in the reparative justice premise for affirmative action than in what's been called over and over again in this conversation as the diversity rationale. And I want to take a little bit of a dissenting view of that. Not that I don't believe in the reparative justice imperative, but that was ruled out by the court in the Baki case, whether we like it or not. And so we're left with the diversity rationale, at least until next month. And even if they, that's the last point I'm going to make, at too great length, I hope. Even if they rule against it, the diversity rationale will remain pertinent because there will continue to be some degree of diversity in these institutions, and I'm hoping Rick is right that slowly we can rebuild the diversity that we currently have. So I do think we tend to be a little dismissive toward this rationale. And the dismissiveness is coming even from some of the strongest proponents of affirmative action who have used the diversity argument. I'm thinking of my president, once again, Mr. Bollinger, whose name is on that 2003 case. The lawyers at the University of Michigan argued that, and they knew they had to argue that we want the court to allow us to do this because it'll enable our students to approach complex issues from multiple perspectives. And Bollinger, in a new book published a few months ago, says that Justice Powell reduced admissions officers to the level of cruise directors, I think I've got that right, or dinner party hosts who want to have a diverse group of guests over for dinner. I don't think that that's fair. And I mean, Professor Sugrue said very powerfully that how much diversity has contributed to his own classes and his own learning and teaching. That is certainly true of me. And I think it's worth paying attention to some voices. I did write one thing down before today. This is a group of University of Michigan scholars who wrote in a book called Defending Diversity, right around the time of the 2003 case. They warned against, quote, a policy of simply recruiting a diverse student body and then neglecting the intellectual environment in which students interact. Remember, Justice Powell talked about diversity, a diverse classroom environment is a compelling state interest. That was the basis of affirmative action. Now, more recently, Ron Daniels, who I don't know, president of Johns Hopkins, has had the candor to say that while universities, he says, are right to seek diversity in admissions, they have neglected to foster pluralism once students arrive and have given students a pass to opt out of encounters with people dissimilar from themselves. I think that that's more often true than it should be. Now, what does this mean? And here I'm going to get to the pitch part of these remarks. The social lives of students are important, especially, and universities can have some impact on that in residential institutions. But still, students will, pick the clubs and organizations and associations they want to belong to, and just like all the rest of us, they want to hang out with people who are congenial to themselves. And there's nothing that I don't think universities should try to do about that. Harvard went through a thing about that with the clubs and so on. The university, I think, has an obligation to compel students in the curriculum to encounter people different from themselves and different points of view on issues where multiple points of view are better to be aware of than a singular point of view of your own. And this presents a problem that I think is worth identifying, because when you get right down to it, I hope this doesn't come across as special pleading, we're talking about the humanities. We're talking about that part of the curriculum in which students encounter values questions, questions of interpretation, historical questions, normative questions about how goods and privileges should be distributed, have been distributed in the past in other societies and should be today, how race has been used as a means to favor or disfavor certain groups. These are the subjects of the humanities, along with all kinds of other more personal subjects. And as you all know, the humanities are in full-fledged collapse. The flight from the humanities over the last few decades cannot be exaggerated. I mean, the data, there was this article in the New Yorker a few weeks ago about the end of the English department. The English department is not a perfect proxy for the humanities, but enrollments in humanities majors have plummeted and enrollments in humanities courses are not very impressive. Students are moving to the STEM fields, and that's fine. That's where the intellectual action is, that's where the excitement is, that's where the exciting job prospects seem to be, and I don't think it's a winning game to try to persuade them to become English majors again. Therefore, universities have an obligation to ensure that their students have some kind of humanistic experience, whatever they major in. And that means what we call general education. And here's what I'm going to say, put my foundation hat on, because this is one of the things we're trying to do at the moment. The counterintuitive point that I believe in is that the best way to serve the interests of diversity is to have a compulsory common curriculum for everybody, so that all students not for the whole 4 years, I'm not talking about St. John's College, but that all students, for some fraction of their time, especially in the first year is ideal, are randomly assigned to classes with one another, and they're all reading the same books and talking about the same issues. So here I am with all the rude things I say about my home institution. Here I am advertising our core curriculum, which requires every undergraduate student to take a full year of literature and a full year of political philosophy, plus some art and music. And they complain about it, they resist it, and it's too Eurocentric, and it's too many old dead white males and all the rest of it. But it creates something like an intellectual community. And it makes for classes where, guess what? If you are reading the Declaration of Independence and the language about equality, your perspective on that is going to be different according to what your experience is. And one of the differentiating experiences is your racial identity. Not the only one. I mean, if you're an international student from a country run by an autocratic government, you might think Thomas Hobbes has it all figured out. But if you've had an experience with representative government, or maybe the other way around, maybe you'll think Thomas Hobbes is full of it because autocratic government threw your grandparents in jail. And if you believe in representative government, you're going to be more interested in what John Locke has to say. So, and if you're a Jewish student, you're going to note, I mean, I'm now in my provincial field, you're going to notice that great writers like Edith Wharton and Henry Adams were also anti-Semites. And if there are no Jews in the room, that's less likely to come up, right? So I think universities, whatever happens in June, I think universities should do more to try to get their students together in a common conversation. They all believe that they should do this. That's why they assign the common reading over the summertime before the students arrive. I'm sorry to go on so long. Actually, some places are doing it. And I can give you some examples. The most interesting and I hope indicative one is, of all places, Stanford, which has, after they dismantled their core curriculum 20, 30 years ago, have put it back together again, and they have a two-core seminar requirement for all incoming students. The first course is called Why College? And they read all kinds of stuff. They're sort of inspired by W.E.B. Du Bois's writings about education and the purpose of college. And the second course, which I visited last January, is called Citizenship in the 21st Century. And the class I visited was about the Declaration. There were kids that looked, you don't know who people are by looking at them, but it appeared there were students with black parents, Hispanic heritage, Asian heritage, white kids. They were all talking about, what does equality mean? Does it mean what Mr. Lincoln said, lift the weights from the shoulders of all men so that everybody can compete in a fair society? Does it mean what Lyndon Johnson meant when he gave the speech that John invoked, or Randy, I guess, invoked on our first day, that you can't bring somebody who's been shackled all his life to the start line in the race and say, good luck? Or does it mean what socialists think it should mean? That equality shouldn't mean opportunity, it should mean result. And it was a really lively, great discussion. Most of these kids probably want to go to Silicon Valley and do AI or whatever they want to do, but they were getting what used to be called a humanistic education. So I think we ought to do more of that, and I believe we especially ought to do with that if we believe in diversity. Thank you, sorry to go on so long.
Well, thank you both very much. These were much more general views, I think, than we've been getting in the other sections, and I think those sparked some conversation. So,
I guess my question, goes back to the earlier subjects, some of which were invoked here. And in particular, I mean, I was sort of struck by the way in which your comments overlapped with some of the things that Richard Alba said about the nature of racial inequality in the United States. And he basically particularly emphasized the durable inequality that is faced by two groups in particular, those who we enslaved and those who we conquered. And I wonder what you would say, since we have you here and you think about policy questions a lot. You know, how are we going to address that? We seem to have particular trouble. I mean, there was an interesting interview that David Remnick did with the Dean of Undergraduate Admissions at Berkeley, who rehearsed the history of 1996 when that was outlawed in California. The dean said, well, we've done okay rebuilding some of the numbers, apropos Rick Collenberg's comments, but we've not been able to really get the numbers back with regard to Latinos, but especially Blacks, Native Black, that population as opposed to the immigrant population. So I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about that, and also if you want to comment on it.
If I knew the answer to that, I think I'd either be very rich or very brilliant, and I'm neither. Look, slavery was America's original sin. We are still living with the consequences of slavery. We abolished it. We made strides in passing laws to make racial discrimination illegal. Those laws, I think, have made enormous progress for a lot of people, but it's very hard to change hearts and minds. And we see right now a resurgence of racism in America. I am very concerned by the great replacement theory and by some of what I see happening on the right among white supremacists and extremists. Unfortunately, I mean, this gets a little political, but so what? I'll go there. I think, there is a certain sense that even though racism has not been eliminated, for many years, for the last 50 years until very recently, most people understood that just politeness in and of itself kept you from saying the worst things, invoking the worst words, saying out loud your deepest and darkest hatreds. That changed, and it changed from the top. I mean, we had a presidential candidate first and then elected president who said things that would have been unthinkable to be said even 5-10 years before he hit the seat. I don't know what we do to get back there. I don't think that necessarily, that this is tied into what we're seeing in terms of the debate on affirmative action. Although there's no doubt in my mind that some of the people who want to see race taken out of the equation are not necessarily doing it for the quote right reason. It's not because it disadvantages Chinese students at Harvard. And I also think that there is a kind of illiberalism on the left that is also very pernicious. So I don't really know what we'll do about that. Nor, by the way, it's not, I think you're right in talking about the two groups. It is African Americans and Native Americans. I don't know, maybe Marta will disagree with me on this, but I don't consider, my family's from New Mexico. We became Americans by virtue of losing the War of Mexico. In fact, it was actually one of my ancestors who helped turn over the territory of New Mexico to the United States, Manuel Armijo, who was the last Mexican governor of New Mexico. I don't see that as the same, even though there, was a lot of discrimination. You talked about it, Marta, in your remarks. But I do think what was done to Native Americans has been horrendous. And I don't see anyone really addressing that, including, by the way, the Native American community. I've spent time at the Wind River Reservation in Wyoming and meeting with tribal leaders there. trying to get them to talk about what could be done to bring economic development. They're kind of stuck. I mean, it's like socialism in its worst forms, overlaid with this sort of patronizing system of the federal government. I mean, we pretend that these are sovereign states. They're not. You know, there's just so much going on in that community, but I don't know how to resolve that. I do think that whatever we do in terms of higher education going forward, there are going to be demographic changes at leading institutions, and those changes, I think, are going to favor Asian students. As I said, that does not bother me. There's a very interesting paper that Richard Sander has recently published about bar examination failure rates, the black-white difference between bar failure rates. And he estimates that the kinds of preferences afforded in law school admissions has exacerbated the problem, that the students who are admitted to the more elite institutions with lower LSAT scores are actually less likely to pass the bar than students with these identical scores that went to less competitive schools. So, you know, some of what we can do now is not make matters worse. And ignoring that test scores do have some value. They do represent some marker of how well one is going to succeed, even if it's only in the first year of college, as the SAT claims. And ignoring huge differences. When my Center for Equal Opportunity looked at test score differences at schools like University of Wisconsin, University of Michigan, we've done dozens of schools. You know, when you have, 250-point differences in the SAT scores, that means something. And so I don't think we necessarily help the students who've been put into situations because of that well-meaning, effort to be inclusive, but putting students in situations where they're more likely to fail.
This one, I shouldn't take much time on this because I'm really not competent to answer the question. My instinct, just really quickly on the last point, and I take the point. I do think, though, as somebody remarked, like you remarked, once you're into one of these super elite institutions, you're almost guaranteed to graduate.
Not necessarily the next.
That's right. And also there's Bill Bohn's work on undermatching and overmatching, which suggests that students with slightly lower scores and grades who go to a reach school actually do better than if they go to a school where the expectations are lower. So I think it's ambiguous and changes according to the circumstance. But my view of this is, we're gonna have to throw spaghetti against the wall and see what sticks. I mean, Rick thinks that there might be a way to consider family assets rather than family income. And we all know that the wealth gap between Black and white Americans is enormous, and so it's possible that if you look at that factor, you might capture more qualified Black candidates. He also thinks, which is a little, that the Berkeley number is artificially low because they're admitting students, this is the enrollment number, that they're admitting students who choose to go to, say, Stanford or Pomona, where they have been able to exercise affirmative action over all these years. So that he thinks that if the court strikes this down, the Berkeley number might actually go up a little bit. I don't know if that's true, and I don't know if we should be happy about that, because it's really just kind of redistributing the same students. Harvard, when it announced its gonna commit $100 million to make amends for its involvement with slavery over the centuries. This talked about engagement with HBCUs, and I don't know what form that will take. Maybe it could be a transfer pathway for HBCU students to a place like Harvard. So they're all kind, and I think there's a lot of goodwill, and people are going to try everything they can. It's bad news if these campuses become. I mean, it may be that they're going to become more Asian, or that's also a complicated matter. It's bad news if they have a very small percentage of Black students as they used to have.
Really stimulating presentations, thank you both. What I found compelling in both of your presentations were critiques of the existing higher education system, and yours, Ms. Chavez, about the failure of institutions to provide support for disadvantaged students, and for you, Professor Delbanco, the lack of community building or integrative education that brings students together and allows them to learn across difference, which I think is a very compelling way of thinking about a common education. I'm a Columbia product too, so I love the idea, but we'll put that to the side. However, the biggest crisis I think higher education faces today is a funding crisis. Most institutions do not have the resources to provide the kind of close support that undergraduates, especially from disadvantaged backgrounds, need, or to redesign curricula in ways that tie together rather than providing lots of classes on the cheap by adjuncts online, et cetera. And so, in other words, the best, I think, of what both of you are calling for is going to be damned expensive. And so I guess the question is, how do we think about that at a moment when, at the national level, in most states, conservative and liberal, funding for public education has been steadily declining. Here, I mean, look, Mayor Adams and our recent governors in New York have been, as you folks at CUNY know, axing the university's budget at a moment when it needs more. So how do we think about that? I mean, from the conservative vantage point, austerity and cutting back is pretty much gospel for many programs, not necessarily for military, police, et cetera. And most institutions don't have the kinds of resources that Princeton, Stanford, and Columbia have. So I'd like to hear you both reflect on this.
Well, just real quick, I mean, you're 100% right, and I've tried to gesture in that direction. I said that the fundamental problem is the under-resourced capacity for the institutions that serve the most diverse student populations. And that is a public policy, national will, taxation structure problem. I certainly don't have an answer to it, and it's, as I said earlier when Natasha was talking, it's particularly bad now because the reputation of higher education is so bad that the public will go, oh yeah, what we need to do is spend more money on colleges and universities. Seems like it's not going to happen anytime soon, but there's maybe we're at the bottom of the trough now, and there's an opportunity. I mean, it's so short-sighted, and it's so much in the national interest to reinvest in higher education. So one has to hope that that tide will turn. And but just one, this is a minor point. In institutions that do have some resources, and I'm not talking about the Princetons and so on, it's actually not very expensive to redesign your general education program. And so my little foundation, we make grants of $250,000 to big university, and they spend the money on round bag lunches so that faculty can talk to one another, which they don't very often do, and figure out if they can make a new curriculum. And lo and behold, some of them do. And they don't really need any more money than that. So it can be done at a lot of institutions, and it's good for the faculty, because especially the humanities faculty, all of a sudden they'll have students to teach, and a reason that the dean might hire another history professor, because there's some students who want to take courses. So,
I just wanted to just quickly respond to that as well. I mean, I think, look, college enrollment is declining. It's very difficult when only a third of Americans graduate from college to get the other 2/3 to pay for that 1/3, and particularly when those 2/3 that are paying for it earn less than those who go to college. I mean, the politics of it are very, very difficult, and it is particularly difficult if what's being taught in the institution is viewed negatively by those who are being asked to pay for it. So all of that's a problem. I like the idea of more 2-year degrees. I like the idea, while I'm very much a humanities fan, and Andy and I talked about it earlier, I'm a big champion of humanities education. I also understand that not everybody needs to go to college and get a humanities degree. Maybe, you want to go be an electrician or a plumber, or learn how to fix cars. And support for higher education beyond college and vocational education. I would have thought that a Democrat president would have been more focused on that. If I had been advising him, I would have said, forget about forgiving student loans that have already been taken out and obligated. Why didn't you put the money you were going to spend on that in providing free 2-year education to anybody who wanted? They didn't ask.
A quick comment in relation to Andy. You mentioned Michael Young, and it is a great book. I think a formative book. One thing that people may not know is one of the very last things Michael Young wrote before he died at The Guardian was his rage at how meritocracy had been converted from a dystopia to a utopia. And so Tony Blair had taken to talking about meritocracy as the great goal of the new Britain. And he denounced Blair and Blairism as a pseudo-meritocracy, one in which the people who succeeded felt very proud of their success, feeling that they were meritocratic victors. And so I think this relates to one thing you said in passing, which is part of the populist reaction is a reaction to meritocracy and the kind of self-righteousness and self-congratulatoriness of people who have succeeded in the existing system, and often the not imagined contempt that some of them feel for the people who have not succeeded in this system. Now, I was going to say 2 things to Linda, one of which is going to surprise you. I actually was going to put in a word for a very qualified use of standardized tests. And this comes from my experience at Berkeley, where I was chair of the faculty committee that had to do admissions. And so we took a very careful look at big data, large number of students over a number of years to see who was graduating and who was not graduating. And we gave people 7 years to graduate. And it turned out that if the test scores were below a certain point, and GPA would also figure, if the test scores contributed something above and beyond GPA, if the test scores were below a certain point, and in Berkeley's case, it was pretty low, but there were some people admitted who had average SATs under 500. If they had average SATs under 500, Berkeley is a place that is not like one of these ultra-elite schools which graduates everybody no matter what. Berkeley actually fails some people out. Berkeley does not hold your hand. Berkeley is a very impersonal, bureaucratic institution. And so we looked at the data and concluded that if people had a 25% chance of graduating and knew that ahead of time, then maybe you should rethink about whether it was a service to be admitting them if they had a very low probability of actually surviving, given the real Berkeley as opposed to the imaginary Berkeley that would actually provide remedial education, good counseling, and all these other things that might have helped some of those students get through. So I'm not a big fan of tests. I think they're overused, overinterpreted. I think often hair-splitting distinctions are made that are totally meaningless. But I think the movement toward abolition of tests may be taking things a bit farther than is appropriate. I understand the impulse. The feeling is that tests discriminate on class and racial grounds, and therefore, because there are differences in tests, the simple thing to do is to abolish them. I guess the question I would ask is, if you don't use tests, what exactly are you going to use, and are they going to be any less class and race biased than the tests? The other thing that I was going to ask Linda is, I was very interested in your presentation. I'm familiar with your work and the position you've taken over the years. And you did recognize that the African American case is distinctive. What I would add to that is that isn't just a matter of history, it's a matter of ongoing discrimination. There are an infinite number of tests and studies now about housing, about jobs and other things, that this is a real issue even now. So why of all forms of disadvantage, when we have such good documentation of ongoing disadvantage, in addition to this distinctive history, why single race out as impermissible?
Well, I mean, as a legal matter, if you're talking about a public university, I happen to think it's forbidden by the 14th Amendment. So that would be my quick response. But it's also, I guess not to be flip about it, the whole concept of race, I think Richard's work has shown that, is changing. And even when I talk about slavery as America's original sin, recognizing that there is still discrimination against Blacks in the United States, I wonder if Africans who come here face the same degree. Certainly their socioeconomic circumstances suggest that they succeed pretty well, and certainly better than African Americans do. So race, I think race is hard, and if you were going to make an argument for it, I think you would have to make it specifically for African Americans and not for other groups.
I'm in agreement on that, but I think this issue of African Americans and the distinction between immigrants and people who are descended from slaves is an important distinction. And there's some student groups now that are trying to make this distinction. And they mentioned that at Harvard, no one knows how many of the students are descendants of slaves. With Cornell West, estimated when he was there in the early 70s, it was 90%. Now, estimates are as low as 10%. And some people think maybe 25. I don't think anybody thinks more than 25%.
Wow.
And that's either biracial or they're immigrants from the Caribbean or Africa.
Yeah, and of course, immigrants from the Caribbean could also be descendants of slaves, but their slave experience was not American. So, yeah.
Good point. I think the universities are very concerned about visible diversity. They're not so concerned about gender diversity.
Well, this concludes all the day. I have a few words that I just want to say. First of all, I wish every day of my life was like the last 2 days, because this is why I went into academic life, and to figure out the big problems that face the country I live in. I had a number of remarks prepared that were of a kind of summative character, so since I think that's been taken care of, I'm going to skip over that. But I think we've had a fantastic couple of days of discussion, and I think everybody's learned something and encountered some different views than they might have of their own. But one thing occurred to me in thinking about the last couple of days, and it has to do with the extent to which people's different positions are shaped by their views of American history. And Randall Kennedy talked about this a little bit in one of his remarks, but Jerry Carabell invoked the history of the Civil Rights Movement, and one of the things that struck me about the Civil Rights Movement is the extent to which it had at least a kind of guarded optimism about American life and about the prospects of equality and integration and the things that it was pursuing. And so for them, as we know, this famous remark about the arc of history bends towards justice. And I think we're in a period when at least some people are not so inclined, who are pessimistic and who basically see this as see the country as one that where the arc of justice bends towards oppression. The arc of history bends towards oppression. And, I think we have to, in some ways, recapture. I mean, partially this surely has to do with the economic circumstances in which we find ourselves, the ways in which that differs from the 1960s. As Todd Gittman once wrote, in the 1960s, prosperity was the water in which we swam, so he said. And I think that's, not the kind of world that we live in today. But I think we should heed Rick Kallenberg's admonition that we have an obligation to consider the likely consequences of our political choices. It seems to me Martin Luther King's interracial vision of a challenge to poverty was one that both was politically pragmatic and had the high moral ground. The problem, it seems to me today, is to address simultaneously two kinds of disadvantage. One which is historically rooted and one which is generated by the ongoing disparities generated by a capitalist society. I look forward to thinking with you all more about how to address these issues in the years to come. And I really want to thank everybody for coming to this event. I thought it was fantastic. Thank you all for coming.